Okay, so I'm hoping the public can hear me now. I hear myself, so that's good. So I will continue with this. Oh, hold for a second.
They're still saying no. They hear clicking.
There is a delay of about, you guys don't get the delay. They get the delay of like a minute.
Okay.
Okay. So as I said, this is a required, and you should be able to see it now, the required e-learning plan, but it is more detailed than we actually needed it because we wanted to make this actually part of our handbook, and we wanted to not do extra work and create one and then create another and create everything together. So I'm just going to walk through it for a minute. You'll see that there's a table of contents. We tried to add a lot of different information. One thing that's important to know is what needs to be in your e-learning plan. You have to, and this is different than the remote learning that we had in the spring. You have to ensure and verify at least 5 clock hours of instruction for each student participating in an e-learning day. Okay, that doesn't mean they have to be on the computer for 5 hours, but we need to ensure that they are engaged in some sort of educational activity for 5 hours. So when we created our plan, it's how can we have contact with students throughout the day? How can we make sure it's happening throughout the day so we can keep tabs, check in? How can we verify that they're working? And that's through some of the work that's turned in. We have to ensure access for all students on devices. We need to, if they don't have access, we need to figure out how to get them the materials they need. We need to ensure appropriate learning opportunities for students with special needs. And we need to monitor and verify everyone's participation. I just mentioned that. The other important thing to know is the state has also come out and said that unlike the spring where we couldn't really count attendance or count for grades, this counts. Students have to attend if they're enrolled in school. We have to verify their attendance, and they have to turn in the work because the work needs to be assessed and be part of the assessment plan and grading program that your school has. So that's the e-learning, just basics. I included in some background on why this is different than what we did in the spring, just in case people were curious. In terms of access to technology, we are ahead of a lot of districts because we have devices, because we are a one-in-one device school. We do a survey of students at registration, and we know about 98% of families had access to internet. We also provide hotspots if they don't, and we pay for those. And we refer people to Comcast for some of their assistance programs. Janine is going to talk in a few minutes about how we support students with needs. And if students don't have an ability to participate in e-learning, we really need families to come meet with us so we can figure out how we can help them. And know that it's different. One day, because we have a snow day, requires a different level of intervention and support than we're out on e-learning for 3 months. So if one day could just be an absence because we didn't, even an unexcused, 3 months is a whole different matter. So we try to create the plan that would work the best that we can do it, knowing that we will have to offer some supports for other people. Teachers, we make sure teachers have access. We have also provided hotspots for teachers if they have unreliable internet. I included in this some definitions from ISB and another site as we talk about blended remote learning days, e-learning program days. There's a lot of different definitions. I'm not going to read through those, synchronous, asynchronous, but I wanted to be able to refer parents and staff if they had a question about what we're talking about. We included in here the survey feedback that we have that we took about e-learning. We've already reviewed that as a board. I don't need to go through and do that again, but we wanted to have that in there. So we had verification that we had talked to our parents. We also did surveys with our staff and students. And so a lot of what we developed was based on that feedback. So it was not created in isolation. Then we have some practices and procedures. For instance, and I actually think Haley's in here trying to transfer it over right now into our actual book that we're going to pass out. Attendance. It is required per ISB, Illinois State Board of Education, that students, if they're enrolled in school, this is considered school and you have the same compulsory attendance laws that you have for in-person learning. Interestingly enough, I've had parents contact me and say, what if we prefer to homeschool our kids for learning? Well, then you would withdraw your children for that, not if it's a one-day e-learning. But if it's an extended, well, I guess you could for one day, but I wouldn't recommend that. But if it's a choice that your family's making, saying we prefer a different program, you would disenroll as opposed to just not attending.
Aaron, I'm sorry, I think Laura has to speak.
Okay.
Aaron, someone in the room doesn't have their mic muted, so everyone on YouTube is hearing an echo, and all of us that are remote are hearing a terrible echo as you speak. So perhaps, I think maybe it's Nino. I was looking at the mute. Maybe only the person only the person speaking should be unmuted would be helpful.
Still speaking. I can't hear her.
Okay. Maybe I can hear you.
That's better. Thank you.
Okay. You know, we're always figuring out new tech things. Oh, this is where we're working on some new equipment here as we're trying to make things work. Grading and measuring student engagement, as I mentioned before, students are accountable for the work that is assigned during e-learning, and we have to measure that engagement. Let's see. So the next question is, when do we default to e-learning? And I'm going to talk a little bit about after the public hearing, because I'll talk about kind of the transition between what we'd have to do to be in-person versus remote. But in general, schools will default to e-learning if we shut down again because we move into phases 1, 2, or 3. And we have some other criteria that we're going to talk about, but just in general, this is the in general. If, you know, it is quite possible that a school or like a grade or a class or a single school, it doesn't necessarily have to be the whole district. It can be a component of a school or a class. If there's an emergency and one school needs to be closed, remember a few years ago, Field was closed because of a water main break or something. We could have defaulted to e-learning that day instead of just staying at home. So that's another way we could default to this. And we may also default to it because of a weather-related emergency. What I would say is that would probably be a decision that the board would make every year when they adopt a calendar, if they want to use e-learning days, and as a recommendation from our calendar committee, which is made up of parents, board, WNTA, and admin, if they would want to default to using this for emergency days like snow days or not, or if they'd rather use the emergency days. So that's something that could be decided on a yearly basis. This year, we would say we would use this if there is a snow day because we anticipate using this. We talk about communication. I'm going to ask just briefly, Mrs. Wolverton, if you can talk just about, and Mr. Alvarez, if you could talk about just briefly what Winkleman's e-learning plan is.
So our e-learning plan at Winkleman,
Pretty pictures here and there.
Really loud. Or walk. Okay. I think my speakers are on. Okay. Okay. I think I'm good. You can go ahead and just talk loudly.
okay, I'll speak very loudly. So our e-learning plan at Winkleman consists of 45-minute blocks of our core curriculum classes. Teachers would use Google Meet, Google Classroom, or Seesaw. And the master schedule is set up so that it allows our teachers to meet with students in small group, one-to-one. We also have some flex time scheduled into our schedule so that our teachers who are support staff would also be able to work with our students during that time. Our teachers have allotted plan time so that they're able to collaborate with one another. They're also able to collaborate with our specials teachers, which would then give them an opportunity to work on our plans for our students together. We also have to take daily attendance, which is one of the things that Dr. Murphy mentioned. We would communicate daily with our parents, which I think is extremely important. And then we would also have time built into that schedule so that we would have daily morning meetings, an opportunity to build community with our students. And then the SEL piece is extremely important. And so our teachers are going to be utilizing second step to make sure that we're meeting the needs of our students' social and emotional needs. And then our special teachers are also going to work with our students on a rotating basis. So they will receive their core curriculars, they'll also receive PE, and we would work on a rotating basis with our students, with our specialists.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Dr. Miller, can you speak really loudly?
Do you want questions at the end?
Can we do questions at the end,
Sure.
and then we can talk about it? Yeah, and you could just talk on the meet then.
Okay, sure. So what we're doing in the field is we're going to continue the block schedule where students have certain classes on gold days and certain classes on black days. And so, but the difference from what we did this spring is class times have been increased. So every time a student is in a synchronous class, that will be 30 minutes long. They'll also have opportunities for small group instruction from time to time in the afternoon. However, we will have classes offered in the morning and in the afternoon in this current version of our schedule. So we also have, let's see. So we also, this time that's much different, grades will count. Attendance will be taken in every single class. And as I mentioned before, students will still have an opportunity to get extra support, but they'll have every single class that they have on site. They will have during e-learning. They just won't have every class every single day. So it makes it a little bit easier for them to manage their work, and they'll have time for asynchronous learning.
Okay. Janine, do you want to talk about student services?
Sure.
Oh, I'm going up. Yep.
Okay, so we will have special education case managers responsible for their continuous roles, which are assisting students in general education classrooms, ensuring they're collaborating on a regular basis, providing assignments, helping consulting via email and working with on the phone, updating IEP paperwork. We're also going to have amendments for IEP paperwork to ensure that e-learning is in the student's IEP. That's new this year. We feel that that's very important to ensure that we are in compliance with IEPs and updating it. It's not required by law, but we are going to be doing that. Related services will be facilitating and participating their services. If they can't do this within 6 feet distance, it might be done remotely, or it could be done via teletherapy, whether it's in the building or it will be done remotely. And then related services will collaborate and consult. Again, we will be providing MTSS services with related services. Teacher assistants will support students in accommodating for assignments and e-learning assignments. And then, we put differentiation specialists and literacy intervention specialists as well. As part of this plan, we're hoping to have some intervention as well for some students. And so we put their roles in their plan as well, looking at helping differentiation assignments and looking at consultation as well. Can you scroll up? We will be providing e-learning, looking at schedules and developing individualized schedules. I already talked about the IEP amendments, as well as students getting 504s, and that would be on an individual basis. Parent communication will be essential. All of our staff members will be collaborating and putting their schedules on a document so parents know exactly how students will be serviced. We will having grading that will be back to regular grading, and progress reports will be given based on the report card dates. Modified grades will be based on IEPs, and that will be noted as a modification if that's needed. Intervention reports will also be part of the grades, and then attendance also will be part of the requirements for school. We will be providing training, and this will be necessary for our teachers, looking at updated technology, expectations. And then I talked about communication already, but parents will receive emails, phone conferences regarding reentry, notification about teachers' assignments. We did this last year about save the dates for IEP meetings or 504 meetings. That was really important. We'll be doing that again. Teachers will be providing introduction letters, building relationships, and again, social emotional is very important, so that's going to be a priority moving forward. We provided a frequently asked questions so that you can review that. That was important as far as special education and things that we thought were necessary, and included some guidelines from Illinois State Board of Education. As we know, special education and student support services, there's a lot of details, a lot of guidelines, and legal implications.
And then just a couple last sections, we added some technology guidelines that we could refer to with students, parents, and staff. Just that was kind of a request. In addition, another request was student expectations, or having really specific expectations for e-learning that we could review with students, have some specific guidelines and expectations for staff, and believe it or not, for parents. Like, what is your role in all this? Because now your house is becoming a classroom. I will admit we borrowed pretty liberally from a school that we saw because we really like their expectations, and we just modified it for us. But what does it look like for a K2 student? What does it look like for a 3-5 student, a 6-8 student? The parent expectations, and some of that is don't do the work for your child. You can support them, but let the student, let the teacher work with the student. Let the teacher know if there's any problems. And finally, we added some frequently asked questions that we get. A transition plan is required as part of this. So what do we do when we have to transition back and forth? And it's really that we transition when we determine that it's safe to do so. And depending on the duration of the time away from the building, the transition plan looks different. If we are out of the building for 2 or 3 months, our transition plan will be much more thought out and gradual. And because we're aware of a lot of student needs and the needs for that transition, as opposed to one snow day where we'll just learn how to greet the student, figure out how do we greet the students. And it's a different type of transition plan. Communication plan, which we've talked about throughout this, supports for family. We have a lot of different links and websites in here, and professional development for staff, students, and parents. What we want to include next year are some opportunities to do some virtual learning for parents next year on e-learning. In addition to, we have 5 Teacher Institute days at the beginning of the year where e-learning will be a huge component of what we're doing. And, we will be working with staff from our students from day one. So this plan, what I think the key features of how it's different is, one, that there's accountability and attendance requirements, but it's also more rigorous. It has more synchronous learning throughout the whole day. It has time for touch bases, but it also still doesn't require a student to sit on the computer for 5 straight hours a day. It does provide breaks. It provides opportunities to turn off and do independent work or have lunch and do what else we need. So that is the summary of what this learning plan is. So open for questions.
My understanding is this is the e-learning plan regardless of the cause of what puts us in the e-learning.
Correct.
So I think for a long-term absence, let's say like the pandemic, like we experienced in the spring, it feels like it makes sense. I'm a little concerned that a single snow day type situation, how do we know which day we're in? And I'm assuming that'll be in the communication.
That would be in the communication.
But that means that students are missing X amount of that of subjects on that day because we're doing this rotating thing.
So they would, then the teachers on the opposite day would have to incorporate that into their lessons next day. There is no ideal if you're missing one day for a snow day. I think that's why we always avoided doing it, because it's much more challenging to do it for one day than it is for a long-term period. I mean, so yeah, they may not get everything, but the teachers are then aware of that. And when they come back, they incorporate that into their plan and what students we saw and what students we didn't see.
Did you clarify or state any times? So when the kid for e-learning in general, is it starting at 9 o'clock? Are they having an hour for lunch? Are they getting the same amount of breaks that they got last time for the length of time that they did? Are they, and then what time is that day ending for like Winfield and then Field?
Mrs. Wolverton, would you want to answer that?
Sure, so the proposed schedule includes, the school day starting at 7:50. So from 7:50 until 8:10, we would have our morning announcements, be able to take attendance, and then our community building. At 8:10, we would start instruction. And so the core classes are in 45-minute blocks. So for example, with kindergarten, they would have ELA, English Language Arts, and then 45-minute block of English Language Arts Flex, which would then give teachers an opportunity to either work with a small group or work one-on-one. And then they would go directly into PE. And I'm just using kindergarten, for example. The lunch is also a 45-minute block. And the end of the school day would be 2:55, 3 o'clock. We would dismiss. So it's a full school day.
So
the kids start at 8:10 and they're done at about 2.
Well, 7:50 for attendance. So it is a normal school day.
Oh, they are starting at 7:52.
They are. It's a normal school day.
Okay, good.
And Dr. Miller?
Yeah, absolutely. So the school day starts at 8:30. However, students' first class is not until 9 o'clock. So there's an opportunity.
So the school day for the middle school officially begins at 8:30. It's a common plan time for teachers, but it is an opportunity if teachers want to have some small group instruction. Classes start at 9 o'clock. They are 30 minutes apiece with a 15-minute break in between each period. However, a student does not have class every single period. So they might have class first period, then their next class might not be till third period. So they do get some time to do some asynchronous learning in between. Their lunch is 11:45 to 12:30. And their instructional day ends at 3:15. However, teachers are available until 3:40. So they either use that as their plan time, or they could alternate their plan time to have time to do small group instruction with students.
And how this time is attendance being taken at this point? Is it going to be like, because we were logging in the last time, is it going to be now like normal?
So every single class will take attendance.
Okay.
So every time they're in class, they're going to be taking attendance.
So we're taking away some of the burden from the parents from logging in every day. So teachers will take attendance based on who they see in their class. Plus, they will be getting the engagement and feedback from the work that is being submitted or how they're participating in that class. So much more traditional, I mean, not traditional because it's on the computer, but measuring engagement through their participation and through the work that they do. And then attendance through their presence in classes if they're there. And once again, parents would need to call kids in if they were not feeling well. It would be because attendance is required. So we would follow up and say, your child is not at school, why? Like we would normally do.
And one last question to either one of you, or to both of you actually, when, because now we're saying that the kids have to be responsible to do the work and stuff like that, and they have to hand in stuff. If they're late or something, so that parents can be on them, like how, you said you were gonna be talking to parents more, but how would we know that on a day-to-day basis so that we know to get on them?
Well, actually, what we're going to make sure we do is to maintain the structures we have when we're on site. So when we're on site, you have access to Skyward. You'll still have access to Skyward during e-learning, so you can check your child's gradebook. We will also continue every 2 weeks, we do a gradebook update. And if you might recall from this past year, we sent an automatic progress report every 2 weeks. So that would continue as well. So we basically just take what we do when we're on site and we would continue that with e-learning.
Thank you.
Just some questions when I look at the schedule for K2 in particular. Can you just help clarify? I mean, a kindergartner can't log in by themselves, for different classes and things like that. And they certainly aren't going to sit in front of a computer all day and take a nice 30-minute scheduled lunch, right? They're kindergartners. So can you just kind of talk a little bit about that and maybe just address what that's going to look like for a kindergartner or a first grader?
I think some of the instruction would be, for example, whole group. We refer to whole group where teachers are providing instruction, but then they may have opportunities then to branch off and do some independent work on their own. They wouldn't, for little ones that, to sit for 30, 40 minutes long, that's a long time for a little one. But teachers would have to build into their instruction an opportunity for them to, as a whole group, and then branch off and have some independent time with work for them.
So I guess my question is, if I'm a working parent of a kindergartner, am I going to have to be there 8 hours a day and monitor their schedule and log them in and out at appropriate times, or am I going to get the schedule ahead of time and I can kind of self-pace my child?
Yes, you would get the schedule ahead of time. And so Nino and I met with our school leadership team just yesterday and kind of talked about what that communication to parents would look like. If we would communicate with them daily, if we would communicate with them, give them a map of what the entire week looks like. And then I actually had staff members sharing with me the templates that they used just yesterday, emailing them to me so that I would have an opportunity to see what that communication tool looks like. And that's definitely something that we would be working with our staff on so that it looks more uniform, because I know that we use a lot of different methods of communicating. One of the things we talked about was communicating with our parents before 6 o'clock every day, so they would know exactly what that next day should look like. Just giving them an opportunity to better plan at home, which I think is important.
So if a child were to miss school or miss a morning, will they be recorded? Can parents access links later on at their convenience?
And that's one of the things that I'll defer to Dr. Northfield about. I know we've been talking about live streaming and what that potentially.
So one of the things we're working on is that recording piece and that live streaming. I know we did some of that in the spring. The reality is that's part of our collective bargaining agreement and our work with teachers, and we are currently meeting on that. If we're talking about some unfinished things, that's one of them. We're working on what would it look to live stream, because that's part of our plan that we'll talk about later. And then under what conditions do we record? Part of the recording is making sure we have the permission of all the students who are on that meet to record so we can archive it for parents. But that is what we would like to do for ideally. But once again, we have to look at the waivers and the legality of it. I talked to our attorney and he said that is something, because of the kind of state we're in, you have to have the consent of everyone you're recording. And you cannot force teachers to be recorded, you cannot force students to be recorded. So we have to navigate that so we don't cross any lines. But that is what we would like to do. That would make things easier if kids miss something. They just miss personal interaction, because they may not have an opportunity then, if they're watching it at night, then to interact with the teacher or having that one-on-one time if they miss that meet because the teachers aren't working at night.
I just want to circle back, if I can, to Maria's question specifically about the younger students in kindergarten. Are they logging in once and staying logged in for the entire day? Or are they, I think that was what you asked about, logging in for a class. I'm not trying to.
I don't know the answer to that one. I will defer.
Make one comment. I was just getting someone telling me they can't necessarily hear us, they can hear them. So when we talk, you might want to just reiterate the question before you respond. That might be helpful.
I can repeat the question. So the question was, for kindergarten, for the younger students, are they logging in every class, or they're just logging in once for the day and they stay logged in and then?
Mr. Alvarez.
I'm sorry.
He's listening.
Sorry.
So are the younger kids logging in once, Or are they having to have multiple logins per day? So how independent can it be for the students?
And that's something that we're going to work closely with their teachers about is how to facilitate the use of technology, because I know one of the feedback from spring was that the multiple platforms in which we were using was very, very difficult to navigate. So that is something that we are going to work on streamlining on when and how to log on. It will be more efficient in use and it won't be as confusing as soon as we put those procedures in place when it comes into logging. So the way the schedule is currently set up is with their teacher, there would be one like meet code that they would log in. There wouldn't be meet code for this class, this class, this class. So it's more consistent. So on a daily basis, keep in mind that every single day, the schedules could be the same. That meet code would be the same. So they would get in the habit of using that code throughout the entire learning process.
So students could learn to just be able to log in because it's the same routine for each class.
On a daily basis. I don't know if it answered your question or not, but yes, we are going to be working with the teachers on trying to figure out how to ease the use of technology because of all the different platforms that are being used in this spring. So, what that is, we don't know yet, but that's something that we're going to work on to make sure that students can work independently at home as much as they possibly can during the process.
And I just have two last thoughts. I know a lot of work went into this, so I very much appreciate that. I don't want to imply that my questions mean otherwise, but I just encourage the team to think about, as you're refining these plans, particularly those younger kids, how to better facilitate it. And maybe spring wasn't ideal, but the scheduling allowed for more flexibility for parents that couldn't be there 8 hours a day. So I just encourage the team to think about that a little bit. My other thought is, and again, nothing's ideal given this time, but our kids have lost a lot of minutes of instruction. And I don't know if we'll ever make that up. And maybe that's not the goal. But when I look at math and ELA minutes being shortchanged even more, I just, again, encourage the team to think a little bit about how you might create some flexibility in the schedules you've outlined to let kids have more of that time. We have some ground to make up with our kids.
Thank you. Any other questions about e-learning or comments?
I think Laura's talking. Are teachers on?
Yeah.
There we go.
I'm trying.
There we go, Laura.
So I couldn't agree with Maria more. And I think as someone who does training, albeit with adults, professionally, I can say to you that we were forced in the spring to take so much of our training in adult learning. My partner teaches at a university, and so do I. I'm an adjunct online. And what it looked like in the spring was sort of like our spring looked like. But now that we have planned for fall and what we're training in the summer, we've actually looked at all the content and thought deeply about what is the learning objective and how do we best deliver that in a virtual environment, understanding that it's very different than having even adults in a classroom, and understanding that keeping adults engaged in a virtual environment is difficult too. And what I'm worried about is looking at this is we're trying to get it closer to live, so it looks just like our live schedule, but it really shouldn't. It should take into account that it's a different modality and make that easy. I agree with Maria. I can't imagine our kindergartners, first or second graders self-managing this, and we have a community that has a lot of dual working parents. So when we talk about what this looks like, and this is sort of, those on the board know my point of view, which is I think we need a lot more planning than just it's going to be the same except a schedule from home. It needs to be a different approach to be effective, because I'll tell you, I look at this and I can tell you that families that look like ours with two working parents, the kids cannot participate in that. Like, there is no way that we're going to be able to pop in and out of meetings all day. If Maria's teaching, Maria, I think you still teach, right? Or are you just a curriculum?
Yeah,
you teach. So if Maria's teaching a class, how's she going to step out of that? you know, I mean, she might be able to, maybe your students are understanding. I can tell you that the corporate training we do, they aren't. And for a lot of parents, they can't. And so I just don't know how just taking live to a remote setting where there is not the same level of supervision will work. So it's not just recording, but I think it's really looking at, like I'm seeing what 225 has done for summer school for my high schooler. I looked at what Stevenson has done. They really have done a nice job. It's not perfect, but it's a heck of a lot better. And it doesn't look anything like it would look like if he was live. You know, they've really changed it. And I'm really worried that this is just us trying to make virtual live, and we're going to have whole flocks of kids that just don't log in because their parents can't do it. It's just so stressful.
And I will say that, I have to turn this off. I will say that part about the professional development, and that's those 5 days at the beginning of the year, is really to teach the strategies necessary to be effective deliverers of content. But we're also responding to a lot of the parent feedback, the student feedback, and the staff feedback, which is they wanted that specific, and it was at all grade levels, more so, you know, it got a little bit less at each grade level of that schedule that more matched that or I should say more of a detailed schedule and more of synchronous opportunities to talk with their teacher. So we're trying to balance that, though, you know, It's difficult because we know, and that's why we also want to provide the opportunity for those long-term ones. Okay, talk to us so we can figure out what we need to do to make sure that we're getting to those kids, given that our teachers are working between 8 o'clock and 3:30.
And look, I get you guys have worked.
Need to, and we have 5 hours of instruction that we have to. I mean, that's the other part of this. We have 5 hours of instruction that we need to document and have for engagement, and we need to have teachers available to help with questions. And so it's a balance. It's a hard thing. The state doesn't make this easier. One thing that we were kind of hoping is that the 5 hours would be taken out because that would allow for some more creativity with the younger kids. But that 5 hours,
I mean,
and so we have to show how they spent 5 hours of time.
Right. Respectfully,
in the day.
though, I mean, Erin, respectfully, I get it.
We know some kids take more time and some kids take less time, and that will be for us to differentiate to the kids. But part of that is we can document, we can support kids with that through the synchronous teaching and the schedule. And we can support kids through it by giving and saying, okay, now that we've had our live teaching, here are some things for you to work on. But all along, I mean, middle school is much more successful with e-learning than younger kids. Intermediate kids are much more successful with e-learning than the younger kids. The younger kids, I mean, those are the kids you want to get into the building because it isn't as successful. I don't think I've run into one person with any model with the K2s that said this was ideal because your child needs a lot more support. They're not independent with it. But given this situation, given 5 hours are mandatory, given that we need to have that time, what can we do to make that work? And I think Becky's been working with her team on that professional development and professional learning that we need to embed our staff with during those 5 days, which is not teaching like you've always taught in the classroom.
Sorry, Laura's trying to chime in. I think we have to find a way. We got 3 remote board members. We can't hear them. We're gonna have to find a way to fix that.
We can't hear you guys either. And this is a great illustration of what blended learning might look like. So, I mean, here's what I will say to you, though, in full respect, Erin. I understand, but if we're leading with like, hey, the 5 hour and what we've heard from the survey, what we heard from parents is a very small sliver of parents. And I think if we're leading with trying to please as many folks as possible, I think if we led with, we have to educate these kids and empower parents that may not be able to support e-learning, right? We lead with solving the problems. Hitting the 5 hours, if half of our kids don't engage, or if our working parents are overwhelmed, won't matter. And so I'm worried we're solving the wrong problem. And as someone who has a sister who's a 3rd grade teacher, I could tell you, even though she's not getting paid now, she's been rewriting her lessons for how to do it without small group. And they have a blended approach in their district. She's not rewriting them for e-learning. She's like, if that happens, I'll figure it out. and it's really complicated. So I just don't know how we bring our teachers back and give them a week to plan for this new reality. And then we all know that the likelihood of us ending up remote sometime in the fall is high. It just can't look like live just taken to a computer. It will fail.
Well, and I would agree with you. We're not looking for it to be exactly like live there. We're looking at new strategies on student engagement and how we do that. And it'll look different in each group. And that is what we are, and that is what we are planning to do. And that's part of the professional development plans that we're developing for those 5 days. Now, will all of it be on e-learning? No, we have stuff on social emotional learning. That's critically important right now with our students. We have stuff on equity. We have stuff, I mean, we're filling up those 5 days right now, which is the time that we have for our students. But then
I'm more worried about
built
planning
in
time,
3
though.
additional full days for the professional development for the fall, so we can do this better. I mean, I think we're trying to create a routine and schedule that is predictable for kids and families. We are also working on how can we deliver that content? What are the kits and resources we need to send home with students and with parents so they can be more successful? What are the other tools that we need to send home so it's not just sitting and staring at the computer? And that is part of what we're developing because we're anticipating longer term being out of the building. Even if we're in person, we're anticipating it looking a little bit more like remote learning because kids might still have to use the computers and use different things to communicate with kids across the room because they can't sit next to them. And so a lot of when we talk about even in-person learning, it's remote learning plus. It's remote learning with the benefit that a teacher can monitor on site, but we're really looking at the same strategies for next year, whether you're in person or remote, because the education looks different.
Yeah, I mean, the best quote I heard from Erin, the best quote I heard from an educator is, live in the age of COVID is just remote with babysitting, right? Like that's, now I don't know if that's totally true, but I think there's some truth to that. My concern, though, aside from the safety of our staff and all of those things, is that there's just the amount of teacher planning to have this be effective and to have our kids learn. To Maria's point, we have some younger kids that are, the younger ones are, some of them are really behind, mine included. I've made no secret my rising first grader doesn't know his letters. And I think that looks even worse in some homes. I just don't know that if we don't have a whole lot of planning time for the teachers and a whole lot of that it'll work. So I will stop talking, but I will say I am really, really concerned that we need to be a lot more innovative. And it's not that you guys aren't, but you're being presented with build the Titanic in a day.
Right.
And
I will say in terms of what we can offer teachers in terms of time in our calendar, we can give them 5 days at the beginning of the year. We can give them the 3 other days we have, and we have Monday staff meeting time. That is the professional development time we have for teachers that we can develop and deliver professional development. At the same time, over the summer, we are, especially now that we now have a team, we are sending information out and saying, hey, here's some really great resources. Here's some, on social emotional learning. But we're developing all this now so we can deliver it effectively for the fall when we have mandatory teacher attendance. We don't have mandatory teacher attendance until that week, whatever system we do it, whether it's remote or in person, we don't have the ability to get everyone in to do more than that. We definitely have the ability to say, hey, I know Becky and the coordinators have hours where they're going to meet with groups of teachers and start talking about how do you approach the beginning of the year? How do you look at the recovery of academics and what kids have lost? How do you assess kids so you know where to start? And that is some work that will be done this summer as well with those small groups, but that is not compulsory attendance. It is, we all know that this is impacting everyone. We are offering it virtual. We're doing a lot of different ways. But the time that we have to do a system-wide professional development, and thanks to the board, we now have 5 full days at the beginning of the year instead of 3.
Hey, Aaron.
Right, but that's it. But Daphne, one more thing. That's exactly my point, though, Aaron. We don't have enough time, and we're asking them to plan for 2 different situations. There are some go-getter teachers. I have no doubt. I have some in my family that are planning right now. But our job is to make sure that every kid, right? And so if you're in a class with a teacher that's got 3 little ones at home that are struggling themselves, that teacher needs as much time as possible to plan for one scenario or whatever scenario. I don't know how our teachers are going to be prepared to go in and out of all of these scenarios, and e-learning was a nightmare.
Well, where I'm going to argue is that we are approaching this, that the strategies that you're going to use for in-person are not much different than the strategies you're going to use for e-learning next year. Only you'll have the advantage of being in person. So if you want to sit 6 feet away from a child to help them, you can, but you're still utilizing some of the same strategies because you're not going to be able to do centers. You're not going to be able to do hands-on manipulatives the same way. We're going to have the boxes we're developing for in-person learning are the ones we're going to send home with the kids if they have to go remote learning. There's no difference. I mean, it's something we talked about I mentioned at the Village Hall, and I've been reiterating, instruction in person is going to look way different. It is not a traditional model where you're going to have kids around tables collaborating, or you're going to have stations where kids are going to have manipulatives. It's a much more sedentary existence with breaks and all that kind of stuff. I mean, I don't want people to think they're going to be tied to a chair, but it's a very different, more not even traditional. It's just a different model. So as we're working on the fall, a lot of what we're saying for in-person applies to virtual.
Hey, Aaron.
Yeah.
So have you checked out what other districts are doing? Because I totally agree with Laura. Gabe is taking summer school right now at GBN, and it is a very different look to what they were doing in the spring, which was next to nothing. And I know I've spoken to Marie about it, and honestly, the program that the high school has come up with I've been very happy with it. I feel like the kids are really getting something out of it. So I don't know if it's something that we can talk to them about what they're doing so that we can incorporate that into our e-learning if we have to go into it, or.
I have met with every single superintendent in this township every week for months. And these are exactly the conversations we're having. And a lot of times I find they are asking us what we're doing. And I will say the high school, we definitely take aspects of the high school, but a lot of times what the high school does doesn't always apply to us because we're also dealing with the littles, the little kids. And I know the high school is in the process of relooking about what does e-learning look like when you're not in a summer school session and you have all of your teachers back and you have all of your students back. They know it's going to look different too. Okay.
You want me to take mine off mute, or how do you want me to?
I will. There we go.
So I agree with a lot of this conversation. I think what I'm looking for, in addition to what we've heard today, is what else can be done specifically for the younger students who need that parent assistance, where the parents, to Laura's point, might not be able to provide it. Are there creative options? And my understanding is most of the K-2, except for maybe specials, they're with the teacher the entire time. For each grade level, can we have an alternate time slot? May not be ideal, but maybe it's at noon till 6 p.m. I'm making that up, and I don't know how that would work for parent schedules. But at least, are there other options that we can and should be considering? Yes, we have a union contract, but I'm not saying change everyone. I'm not saying make someone work 12 hours a day. I'm saying, hey, could we find teachers willing to alter their schedule to meet the needs of our families and, more importantly, the students? I don't know the answer, but I think we need to thinking that creative way.
It is something that I have thought about and broached. I think the likelihood of completely changing and allowing that flexibility would be difficult and challenging because a lot about what a union contract is equity among staff and timeframes. Also, you're losing then the resources of the social workers who are during that time, the specials teachers, not the specials teachers that are during that time, the special ed teachers, because the support behind the scenes isn't just the teacher online. It's the tech support, it's the administrative support, it's the team. And when your team is, there's team planning time and meetings. So you're still having to be a part of that, but that may be separate from your other time. It's not that it isn't impossible or a teacher can't say, hey, I would really like that. And I'm all for creative solutions, but I do know those are some of the challenges when you're looking at a wide variety of time, is that suddenly you're functioning without a lot of support. I will say the other challenge that we have, and this is just me being very transparent, is as I group, now we're going to have that discussion later about in-person versus remote, assuming that there is going to be some flexibility this year, that, you know, that we're not necessarily going to be in remote learning for the entire school year. I still need to concurrently plan for in-person so there's easy transitions for students. So if this student is in this section and it's meeting at night, will they still be in that same section if we meet in person? Or if I have to section kids in certain ways, you know, we have to section differently for in-person versus live. And then I need to keep consistency with those sections. So poor kiddos don't have a whole new class and a whole new teacher if we should transition from one to the other. And I think that's another goal. And as we talk about that, you know, can they do it at night? Well, that's assuming that's all we're going to do next year. If that's all we're going to do next year, then hey, that's a great conversation to have with the union, because then we're creating something new. But this e-learning plan is about when we slip into e-learning. I mean, this is what the state is asking us, is not when you go into e-learning, what is your plan? Whether you go into e-learning for 1 day, 2 weeks, or the whole year, we have to have this plan. It doesn't mean we can't adapt it. So if we suddenly get a group of kids and we say, come talk to us, and say, you can't do it, where we go, we need a creative solution for these 10 kids because we're going to be in e-learning for 2 or 3 months or even several weeks. Hey, let's figure out a solution, and then let's reach out and see, okay, can we pay some overage time for you to do this? And can we make sure we're recording this and putting it there? Because we know that there will be individual needs that we need to address. And we know that there'll be kids who aren't logging in, and we're going to have to go literally knock on their doors and find out why, even during this time, that we're going to have to touch base. And that's where we are small enough where we can have that creativity. But I think it's important not to lose sense that even though we're facing, I mean, this e-learning plan is for 3 years. This is a 3-year plan. In 3 years, you have to approve a new plan or the same plan. But this is a 3-year plan. And whether it's a 1 day, snow day or whatever, this applies to all of those e-learning times. And so we need to have it broad enough. That doesn't mean we can't go back in and say, in this circumstance, this is what we need to do, but we need it broad enough to transfer into different things that we need to do. And the thing is, our teachers are going to become good at e-learning. That I'm confident about. So that way, if down the road, if we're just using this for snow days, it'll be no big deal. We have the routines down.
Erin, it's Melissa, and I just wanted to make a comment. I echo what my fellow board members have said, Maria, Laura, Jeff, and as Maria said, I know you guys have been working just working all hours of the day. Really appreciate it. I know that the administrative team truly has been working 7 days a week into the night, and definitely appreciate that. And I know that it's not going to stop. But the one thing that I just want to point out that I would love to see a little bit more of is like Jeff's idea of having some classes in the evening or an opportunity that's innovative and interesting and, could be a possibility. What I'm not hearing enough of for me is this acknowledgement that we know working parents are going to struggle with the younger kids. K through 2, like my kindergartner's experience was extremely different than my 7th grader and my freshman. They were so they need different kinds of plans because they're different learners. And then you just by age, and then when you break that down, what I just want to hear more of is this openness that, I know we need a lot of process and structure, and I know that teachers love that, and because it makes education, it's the backbone of education. But in these times, I would just like to hear more of that's going to be a problem. I know you're dealing with so many more challenges than I'm aware of, than any one of us, a parent, or even us on the board are aware of. Just that going in with this knowledge that there's going to be a large population that is not going to be able to do what you're presenting to us right now. I work, my husband works, Evangeline, like if I could get my sons to help Evangeline to get online, that's fine, but they're going to have their own schedules. So it's just knowing that that's going to be a problem. How are we going to address that? And rather than addressing that and playing catch up and, going to these homes, knowing that we're going to have to go to homes later because their kids aren't getting online, they're not checking in. Well, if we can anticipate that, how can we be innovative and creative so that we don't get to that point? Because we're going to lose even more time, more teaching hours. And that's all I ask. I don't expect you to have the answers right now. I'm just hoping that will come into the evaluation and the preparation, is this mindset, that kind of, we have to accept that this is part of that reality, that this is not going to be one size fits all. And I know it makes it that much harder. The other thing that I would ask is if it's possible, I know as a parent, and I would think a lot of parents would appreciate, maybe some time with, whether it's a school leadership team, a grade team, before school starts, to understand what that really is going to look like. How is this going to play out? If we can break this down more so that rather than a broad town hall, and this may not be possible, I know we have a lot of limitations, but I think it would be great if we could offer parents, like within those first 5 days right before school starts, hey, if you have a kindergartner, the kindergarten teachers are going to be on right now for you to hear what their plan is and how this is going to work together. And first graders and second graders and all the way through, so that parents feel that much more prepared. So we're not just sending stuff home to them, that we're communicating and having an opportunity.
That's already in the works with the 5 days that we have. However, it's not mentioned at this part of it because it's not, that is part of once a plan is adopted, once we're moving forward with the plan, then we can start moving forward with those plans for communication, bringing kids in to meet their teachers, meeting with the teachers, the informational sessions, because that is almost independent of this. This is the model for e-learning. And then the details of how we're going to reach parents are that's kind of that next part. We also have our parent and staff advisory groups are continuing to meet over the next couple of weeks at about various topics. Our SLTs are continuing to meet to delve in these topics, but they can't start filling in these gaps until they know what model we're using.
Okay. No, I appreciate that.
So those are those details that are there, but not necessarily part of this plan, because this plan is this universal 3-year plan, as opposed to this. And it's hard. And as I said, we are all for creative looking. We're all for talking to parents and figuring out alternatives. But I also want to be mindful, because I know there are lots of teachers listening out there too. We are also very cognizant of the collective bargaining agreement and the hours that are specifically written in there, and the fact that there isn't a flexibility in there that's written in there, and that's a whole level of conversation that we need to do. And there's so many conversations right now that we need to prioritize those, but also understand that those conversations could take a long time, and it's part of conversations about contracts.
Right.
And so, and I don't want to put any kind of negativity on it with our staff, because that's not what I think anyone wants to send the message that if this doesn't happen, but that we honor and respect that, and we want to continue with collaborative conversations. And I have been nothing but impressed with our entire staff, with their creativity and their willingness to come to us with different ideas like that. And once they know what the challenge is, I mean, I'm meeting with Shatan and Nino, and I think Janine with the kindergarten teachers on Monday. I know they're going to have ideas, because they don't want to lose any students. But we also are aware that we have to document 5 hours. We have compliance.
Yeah. Aaron,
we have these,
I
just want to be mindful of that, because our teachers are amazing and creative.
Aaron, 2 things. So one, agree. I think their teachers are. I think what I heard Melissa say, and what I would echo, is what we need to do in times, and I sent the board some detailed stuff around my own academic background, but we need to lead with, yes, let me figure that out, not no, here's a rule. And so I get what the state wants. That's going to get thrown out the window. I'd bet $50 Pritzker makes us go to remote within the next 3 weeks. But whether he does or not, that's where we're going to end up. And I think being real about the planning, like, come to this board, right? Do we need to pay teachers to come in a week early and do e-learning themselves to get to plan? Do they need plan time? Well, we can cut other things. I think equipping them to educate. And the other thing about the contract, and not leading with negativity, and I know we're going to talk about this in the main board session, but I think the first and foremost is we want the teachers and the staff on the same side of the table as we are, with parents and students, who we're all working together. And I think I will just say this for all the parents listening, because there's been a lot of public commentary around, I need my kids back in school. Children don't die that often, which I've seen in a lot of our public forums. You forget that we have 180 adults in the building. And so I just want to say that as we get further in this conversation, that I think we need to prioritize all our stakeholders if we want to have the type of innovation and creative conversation, because I expect there's comments that are either actively being made or that we'll hear. And so I would just ask that folks be mindful that it is this board's responsibility to keep everybody safe, not just the kids.
Now, this public hearing has run. Are we ready for the comments for the public hearing? Or are there more comments? Okay. So there are actually 3 public comment sections of this meeting. There's a public comments for the public hearing. Then we're going to go into the regular board meeting, where I have regular board meeting comments, and then the end. So some people specified when they sent the comments in that they wanted it read at the public hearing. So those are the ones I'm going to read now. If you submitted one that is to be read, don't worry, it'll be read at the regular session, and it's before anyone votes. It's just like in 5 minutes from now. So I just wanted to specify, so I didn't get a lot of emails saying, but you didn't read my comment. I'm reading the ones that are specified for the public hearing right now. And then I will read the other comments. And there's a lot of them. I have about 25 pages of single space comments to read tonight. So yeah, so let me start with this. That'll give me a water break in between. So the first for the public hearing is Gina DeBoni. Question topic number 1, for those choosing the at-home synchronized learning option, what is the class size? Will at-home students be linked with at-school students in one classroom, or will all Zoom students be in one classroom? If the later, what is the Zoom classroom size? Question topic 2, leveled learning. The last PowerPoint indicated that leveled learning for grades 3 through 5 may be eliminated due to the social distancing requirements. Has a decision been made? Will there be an effort to maintain leveled learning opportunities? What efforts? How will differentiation learning take place in classrooms without small groups, which will be difficult due to distance requirements? Topic 3, case of COVID. If in a school, what will protocol be if a student is COVID positive, if the teacher is positive, if teacher or student has symptoms? that have not yet been determined to be COVID positive. They will likely be a regular occurrence with the flu season. How will this impact learning, disruption of learning? COVID positive teacher for the e-learn, what happens in that scenario? It is perhaps better to focus on a robust e-learning initiative, doing something really well instead of bifurcating our efforts and how the results being just so-so. Sonia Ibrahim, to the Board of Education members, there has been a feeling that the school is leaning towards e-learning from the start of the new school year. I urge you to think about the consequences of such a decision. I do think it is very important to have the option of e-learning since we may revert back to phase 3 in Illinois, but Illinois numbers have been steady over the last 3 weeks in terms of percent positive. Numbers are expected to increase in phase 4. That has always been the idea. It is a matter of controlling the increase. COVID-19 is not going to disappear anytime soon. If we are lucky, maybe a vaccine in January 2021. Do we expect to continue e-learning the whole school year? As robust as you think e-learning can become, it will never be the same as in-person interaction for a student. The board has spent considerable time speaking of equity and the importance of making statements about diversity, but going to e-learning is the exact opposite of equity. E-learning will ensure that the lower income students will not have the same experience. Can you ensure that a parent will be able to assist the student? Will there be a language barrier? Is there continuous access to internet and other supplements that a student may need? Will there be space in the home for multiple children to actually participate in e-learning? Is there access to food? As a district, our best approach is to focus on making the school environment safe for teachers and students. Policy should be put in place to ensure sick individuals are not coming to school and also controlling movement throughout the building. We can teach our kids to social distance, wear masks, and wash their hands. We are in this for the long haul, and we have to adjust as best as we can in this environment while maintaining some normalcy for our students. Thank you, Sonia Ibrahim. To the Board of Education members, I think we can all agree that the presentation given by Dr. Murphy and colleagues at the June Board of Education meeting was well thought out, commendable, honest, and impressive. How fortunate are we as parents to live in a school district that is able to accommodate full-time in-person learning and provide the option for e-learning. Please don't mess with a plan that is solid and meets the needs of all of our community. Yes, we may go back to phase 3 in e-learning. We all know this. Dr. Murphy and her colleagues are already preparing for this and mentioned that they have learned a lot about what worked and didn't work with e-learning. And I'm sure they will incorporate that for those staying at home from day one and for everyone in the event of a return to phase 3. Please don't charge things on a well-developed plan. Please don't change things on a well-developed plan by Dr. Murphy. If Dr. Murphy has new information that says the plan in her presentation can no longer work, that's one thing. But in the absence of that, please let's move forward with her plan and trust her to do her job the best way she knows how. Time is of the essence, and we need to move forward and support her and each other, understanding that there may be setbacks, but that everyone is doing the best they can in these unprecedented times. Thank you, Renee Zamplis. And then let me go to the ones that were just submitted. Carolina Yakabazi. If we pick e-learning, will we have the chance to reassess the pandemic situation for the next semester, or will we have to continue e-learning till the end of the school year? Shelly Labuda, to help ensure that e-learning program is optimal at the start of the year, I was wondering if the district is considering getting additional outside assistance in developing the e-learning program. Given the short amount of time to prepare the curriculum, I would think the extra support could be needed. I also think we could benefit from outside resources with focused expertise in e-learning, so we ensure best practices are used. I personally will register my students for in-person learning, assuming that is an option, but I do understand other families' concerns about e-learning given the experience we had last spring. I would like to think that there are other options to optimize and prepare for e-learning other than not offering in-person learning, which I know has been recently discussed. That was terrible. Doesn't give me confidence you're ready for e-learning. Can't hear you. That one. This one is for the regular meeting. What about this is from Anonymous. What about redeploying the specialist teachers to English and math? Why won't the superintendent listen to our board? Why won't we realize the reality that we need to create new answers? Just more of the same work? How do these people know Dr. Murphy has a good plan, which you just said she hasn't even started planning yet until the frameworks are set? I get people want babysitting, but this is insane. Those are the public comments for the bill. Okay, Melissa, you're on mute.
Okay, can I have a motion to adjourn the public hearing on the proposed e-learning plan
So moved.
So moved.
on a roll
Second.
call? Okay, on a roll call, Maria,
Aye.
Jeff,
Aye.
Laura,
Aye.
Daphne,
Aye.
Bob,
Hi.
and I say aye, so unanimous, it passes unanimously.
Hold on, Melissa, forgot Nancy.
You forgot Nancy.
Oh, Nancy, I don't see you on here. So, Nancy, sorry. Okay.
Aye.
So again, we adjourn unanimously. I'd like to now call to order the board meeting for the West Northfield Town School District 31. On a roll call, please, Tina.
Lisa Valentines,
Here.
Laura Greenberg, Daphne Crane,
Here.
Rob
Here.
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 Maria Basilopoulos. Here. Nancy Hammer.
Here.
Kathy Loria.
Here.
Erin Murphy.
Here.
Okay. Any additions or changes to the agenda? No. Reading of communications to the Board of Education.
Okay, so this is going to be a while. I think I have 20 some pages to read, all single space. So bear with me. And if I have to stop and take a drink, please understand. I'm going to read this one first because I think it's the only one I didn't capture on my thing. Anonymous. I'm writing anonymously because, like others in the district, I'm scared about retaliation on me and my kids by members of the school board and faculty. I also have a personal friendship that needs to have an issue called out. The lack of awareness of the school board of race, diversity, and equality is really bad. It's actually pretty evil. An issue that should require little debate has escalated into community gossip, backstabbing, attempts to protect people's professional reputations, and seeking revenge, which unfairly targets a child. Okay, this mentions specific board members and their families, so, but I am required to read public statements, so I'm just, I'm a friend of Kim Steris, who's a board member of Jeff's wife. I'm friends with her, but disagree with her behavior and what she's doing. It is wrong. I have been conflicted for a long time, and the board and people need to know what is happening. She is blabbing to everyone that will listen that her husband is not a racist, that he is worried about his professional reputation, that if his boss found out about these board meetings, that he will lose his job. Well, anyone watching the videos can judge that, but he is afraid maybe that there is a reason. Instead of realizing that he might be wrong or need to find ways to learn and change, he is on the attack and sending his wife to do his dirty work. I'm not judging him, but you don't talk crap about others to cover your own rear-ended. He wants to shift focus on the bad behavior in the meetings to that of a child who a few meetings ago presented what seems to be a swear finger on camera while Jeff was talking. By pointing this out to us, the finger is clear in the video. I don't think anyone would have noticed this while watching live because people are focused on the speaker in the meeting, not the side people. If this was so offensive to Jeff, why wasn't this a big issue after the meeting? Why is this a big deal now? Seems like Kim is covering for her husband by shifting focus from potentially being seen as a racist to a little child who is now being attacked by people in the district. People need to grow up. Attacking a child to avoid being labeled a bigot is poor character. I hope the district can move on and put this race stuff behind us, but in a positive way. We have too many non-white kids for us to be so ugly. I'm worried about coronavirus and if my kids will do e-learning again. Shame on Jeff Steris. The next one. Dear board members, as the school year nears and the Illinois COVID infection rates rise, I'm increasingly concerned for the students and staff at our schools. If we reopen schools too soon, yes, I'm aware of data that shows that kids might not be super spreaders, and I've also seen data that many kids may not suffer severe effects, but none of these sets of data protects the adults that work in our schools or the families that children will return to after a day at school. Might things work out okay if we reopen schools? Sure. But my fear is that we do not know enough, and there is also the possibility that given COVID infection rates and fatality rates, even among kids, that we may be faced with the student or teacher deaths. As a constituent in the district, I would feel remiss if I didn't speak out and we faced a worst case scenario. And while I imagine the decision weighs heavily on the board and the administration as well, I have to ask, How much sickness and death is acceptable? How much sickness and death are you willing to shoulder should you decide to reopen schools and tragedy strikes? To be sure, I do not envy your position. The truth is that there is no perfect solution and there is no real good option moving forward. Each side of this debate has merit, and I realize that kids are suffering at this point without school and socialization too. But I would urge you to take some time to really consider if the new normal we are trying to provide our kids will actually be able to accomplish what we think it will. As a teacher of over 20 years myself, I can assure you that my classroom will not look as welcoming as it has in the past 2 decades. I can assure you that my collaborative methods will look much different and potentially lack the effectiveness that were designed to accomplish by experts. I can assure you that we cannot provide in-person learning without leaving some kids behind that will not be able to attend school due to health issues, and frankly, that inequity bothers me. I can assure you that the aspect may point to a positive of return to school will not happen. There aren't going to be any lunch table groups, any lockers, any recess games, any study halls, any sitting next to friends, any talking to people in the hallway and dances. All of that is off the menu. Given all that and the fact that there is simply no way to ensure the safety of our students and staff, I urge you to really consider whether throwing caution to the wind and opening schools is really the best choice here. Even if we are skeptical of the disease, is it worth it? My goal is not to berate or prejudge your eventual decision. I trust that you're acting in the best interest of our students and teachers. I'm urging you to really consider the safety of our community. As such, there are 2 recent articles that I hope you will read as you continue to consider District 31's plan for this fall that offer some suggestions for how we might move forward as safely as possible, serving some kids in person that may have no option for in-home schooling or have needs for special education while keeping the majority of kids at home. And there are 2 articles attached. Thank you for your consideration and all that you do for our children. Dan Argenter on Old Mill Road. Dear District 31 Board and Administration, thank you to the administration, principals, teachers, and staff for working so hard on their return to work plans. We cannot even imagine the amount of work, the considerations that have to be made, the almost daily changing directions and guidance that you're having to sort through. The presentation on Tuesday was well put together, and while we still have questions, we appreciate all the work understanding so far and what is yet to come. Dr. Murphy's approach was compassionate and understanding. 3 weeks ago, if you asked me my opinion, we would have signed up for in-person learning. Today, we will likely opt for remote learning if there is a choice. As we learn more about the complicated and constantly changing reopening guidance and logistics, as well as the fact that COVID-19 cases are on the rise, this year will be crazy no matter what happens. Personally, we would like to see the board vote in a way that considers the best way to use our resources. We see this as a remote learning only plan. By choosing only one route, it helps to put all involved focused on one way of doing things versus everyone being pulled in multiple directions and multiple scenarios being planned for. For the presentation yesterday, teachers were at 60% return rate. A few weeks ago, I can only imagine this number has dropped even lower since the news came out. Having the teachers stay remote keeps them safe and seemingly allows the most resources available in terms of keeping the teachers focused on areas that they are already equipped to teach. I.e., if special teachers are asked to teach a classroom, is this the best use of a resource, especially with less than a few weeks to prepare? It seems like having all teachers remote increases the percentage available, decreases the need for more substitutes due to emergency, and helps them to focus on teaching, even if remote, versus on keeping our kids 6 feet apart. That said, if teachers are ultimately the deciding point on whether we stay remote or are offered both, maybe repolling the teachers before asking parents is a wise move, although I'm sure it's a little chicken-egg scenario on who to ask first. Being at home last year was hard, but I'm not sure if I would categorize it as e-learning. I think it's unfair to use the spring as the comparison of what will happen if we were only remote in the fall. I would expect that based on Dr. Murphy's presentation last night and the new ISB guidelines, that remote learning would be more robust, if only by different requirements put forth. But there is definitely work to do. Again, if we focused only on remote learning, all resources could be used in the last month to really learn, create, and promote the advancement of these learning methods to make it even more robust and valuable. Many are citing mental health as a strong reason to return to the kids. I get this. My kids need this. Our family needs this. But one of the striking components the other night at the town hall meeting was when Dr. Murphy responded with, we'll have to get creative to a response to if a child needs to be comforted if they fall and are crying. Dr. Murphy's response was appropriate, but so sad. Either remote or in person, our children's social emotional health will be at risk. If we choose one path, the teachers and the SEL task force can focus their efforts on how to best support families and children when they are where they are, and probably on a more individual basis. While I get that being home is not a good solution for everyone, safety, health, parent involvement, etc., I also feel that starting everyone in the same format creates a more equitable environment and learning experience and actually allows for a more personalized instruction as needed, including breakout differentiated learning, such as extra reading support, group speech services were beneficial, core plus math ELA offerings. And maybe if we stay in phase 4 or the Restore Illinois plan, maybe part of the e-learning plan includes some small in-person instruction for those who need it, if it can be worked out logistically. What I have found so far in the workplace is that every situation is unique and you can't have protocol or prepare for half of the scenarios that arrive. I would like to see the board vote in a way that allows the district to plan for a scenario that will not only keep students, teachers, staff, families, and administrators safe, but also a plan that is least affected by external factors, i.e. possible movement back to phase 3 that occur between now and the opening of school once school begins. Again, thank you to everyone who has put hours and hours into work considering all options. Your work is appreciated and there is no easy, perfect, or even best solution. Thank you, Chris and Tara Bozarth. Dear District 31 Board, we write regarding the anti-racism and equity resolution. 10 years ago, we chose to live in Northbrook because of our jobs and chose District 31 for our 3 kids because of its diversity. We have been actively involved in the district for years and have loved the teachers and community. However, these days we are struggling because even with District 31's diversity, our district seems to be falling short on inclusion and equity. Increasingly, we see divisiveness and racism in the North Shore. We are encouraged that the board has taken an affirmative stance on racism, and we will be voting on a resolution tonight on engaging in an equity audit. We write to encourage the board to make sure the resolution is not performative in nature. Currently, the only action items in the resolution is an equity audit. We urge you not to wait for results of the equity audit to set goals and action items. You are taking a stance on this matter now, so as a board, recognize opportunities and take action starting now. First and most notably, what specifically is being done to address racism with the children this fall? Some may argue that the focus should be on e-learning return to school plans and not anti-racism. However, they go hand in hand. Your draft resolution acknowledges that discrimination can be devastating to academic progress. Our children probably are not reading this resolution, listening to the board meeting, and haven't read the anti-harassment policies. Yet they are the ones you are trying to protect, the ones who need to know that racism will not be tolerated, and the ones who need to feel that they are safe. This is especially true for those children of color whose anxiety has increased over the summer with the rise in racism and hate crimes. Another opportunity is within the Social Emotional Learning Task Force. On Monday, an email came out with some wonderful resources that I plan to take advantage of. I hope the SEL Task Force plans for the fall include addressing racism's role in social emotional health. Third, board members are leaders and have the ability to change systems, policies, practices currently in place that enforce or change the status quo, systematic racism. Your discussions and actions need to support equity and anti-racism. This means that even policies that seemingly have nothing to do with equity should be considered from this perspective, and the board needs to be more decisive in showing their discussions and actions supporting equity and anti-racism. For example, last month, adding religious holidays was presented to the board in an opportunity to be more inclusive and for District 31 to be leaders. Yet, for a board committed to being inclusive, the discussion took far too much time before a decision was made. Finally, opportunity presents itself in educating yourselves as a board. During last month's meeting, Laura Greenberg suggested that further reading on the topic should be done by the board. This was followed by a long, noticeable, and clearly uncomfortable silence. If the board is going to lead by example on this journey of equity and anti-racism, you must be willing to lead by example and continue to educate yourself in these topics. Even if you have knowledge in this topic, changing the culture and introducing anti-racism in our district is a new path. The more education on this topic you have as leaders, the more you will be equipped to support, identify, take actions, hold accountable, and ultimately move us forward. The bottom line is that the actions on the resolution you are all committing to must be seen, heard, incorporated into the culture starting now and not just when the equity audit begins. We hope the board and administration will be both proactive and recognized and take opportunities as they present themselves to start making changes for our students and community. We know there is much we see and don't see in terms of your work. We recognize that this has been a tough year and the upcoming year will be full of challenges. We appreciate the board and administration's work on this topic, as well as the countless other things that are on your plates. Please feel free to contact us. We are happy to be involved and help in any way we can. Thank you, Tara and Chris Bozarth. District 31 School Board. I do not feel safe going back to school. Those are the surprising words from our well-liked 5th grader who misses his friends terribly. Kids break the rules all the time, and essentially stating that this is no exception. He is concerned about the kids at recess or PE or even in the hallways breaking the 6-foot barrier because they are bored and want to play with their friends. Out of my 100 kids in my class, 20 will be breaking the rules at any time. I told him that kids usually don't get sick, or if they do, it wasn't a big deal. This is before I saw the recent data from Florida suggesting that nearly 1/3 of Florida's children who are tested are positive COVID-19, that they are seeing damage to lungs in these asymptomatic children. He said that statement didn't change his mind. He knew from watching the news that he could pass it on to other people and would feel terrible if he made someone else like his parents or grandparents sick, because people can die from coronavirus. I just have a bad feeling about this. Never had I thought about the emotional toll a kid would have to take if a parent got very sick or died from COVID-19 after they carried it with them from school. We talk about emotional well-being of kids going back to a normal day, but we never talk about the emotional toll of going back to school during a pandemic, which is far from normal. When COVID-19 numbers are going down, many thought by August things would change. However, Glenview numbers are going up, and this is even before bringing 800 plus faculty and staff together. Dr. Murphy stated at some point, we will transition back to e-learning this year. Even before we officially go back into transition, there will be many times that the school will be shut down for a few days, or pods of kids and faculty will need to go into quarantine and cause further disruption to learning. Specific examples of shorter disruptions are outlined below. If one student or faculty member gets COVID, the CDC recommends an entire school or district shut down for 2 to 5 days for the local health officials to gain a better understanding of the COVID-19 situation impacting the school. If a student at Field gets COVID, there's also a chance the local health officials will shut down Winkleman as well, and vice versa. There will be a 14-day quarantine for those children and staff who come into contact with someone with COVID-19, most likely the entire class and anyone with whom the child had recess, complicated if the child also went to Adventure Campus, which comprises children in multiple grades and their siblings. I realized that when the survey went out, parents wanted their kids back at school. I want my kids back to school too, but there are many risks that will bring kids back to e-learning. The top 3 are outlined below. Mask breaks. We know that being outside does not prevent COVID-19. Case in point is that 2 large outdoor camps in the area have cases of COVID-19 from counselors and campers. It took 4 days for groups to have to quarantine. 4 days. Just yesterday, it was announced that the athletic camp in Lake Zurich has a confirmed 36 cases and rising amongst their campers. The Glenview pool had to be completely shut down multiple times as lifeguards and others became positive. Mask exemptions. There will be a few kids that really can't wear a mask. For example, those that have severe asthma. We need to protect them because they have compromised immune systems. On the other hand, we all know kids don't like wearing masks. Our son said it is difficult wearing it for 45 minutes, let alone all day. He fears that kids will take it off the mask when they can get away with it. Many parents can sympathize with this, and therefore there will be kids who can medically wear masks, but whose parents will easily get a doctor's note. For all those kids, how do you handle them when they aren't at their desks, when they are walking in the crowded hallways or going to the bathroom? Recess playground. Keeping the playground open because Illinois has playgrounds open is not well thought out. The playground rules in Illinois are not the best, and there's only a handful of kids at them at a time. Having hundreds and hundreds of kids play on them once or twice a day with even hand sanitizer will easily spread germs. Even if the playground is closed, but the kids are outside, how do you control the kids staying 6 feet apart? As I stated before, kids will break the rules, and Dr. Murphy stated that there weren't enough people to take temperature checks. How will you have enough people to ensure that kids stay within 6 feet of each other at recess? Given these issues really won't be resolved, and we know that there would be a big disruptions in learning if we started in the classroom, I propose that we set up the 2020-2021 school year for success now. If we continue to straddle our position on this, we are not optimizing our resources. It is not possible to successfully plan and optimize for both scenarios because you never know when school will be disrupted for 2 to 5 days and class will be quarantined for 14 days, or when the school will be shut down altogether. The only way to optimize learning for the 2020-2021 is to build a whole platform based on e-learning. This means planning only for the e-learning platform. In doing so, the proposal to this also includes providing space in a classroom for students whose parents want them to attend school. This will create equity for all children, no matter their parents' decision to keep them at home or send them to school. For those that want them to be at school, they can learn through the e-learning platform at their assigned desks and have an adult watch over them to ensure they are paying attention. There are many benefits to doing this, including the following. Teachers can focus on e-learning and learn how to do it effectively instead of dealing with the ambiguity of not knowing what the transition or hiccup, a 2 to 5 day school closure or 14-day quarantine could occur. As stated above, we will be transitioning to e-learning at some point. This will give sufficient time for teachers to figure out the best and most effective strategy for teaching. There will be less disruption with teachers and with children in their learning. The e-learning platform will stay consistent, and there'll be no need to change any content based on when the classroom has to go into quarantine or a full transition back home. Kids can be taught where they are academically in an e-learning environment. This is important and something that cannot be done in person with the same teacher all day because the infrastructure. Yeah.
I just got a text that there's really bad feedback on the the live stream. I don't know if there's anything we can do, if you want to turn off and
I
on.
will back up. It's possible I started leaning closer, and sometimes my pacemaker has a magnet that speaks to it. So I will back up again.
Okay, all right,
So,
thank you.
Kids, this is important and something that cannot be done in person with the same teacher all day, because the in-person teacher will have to focus on the needs of the collective class versus individual needs. For example, that kid that has trouble reading but is a brilliant math whiz, with the in-school teacher, there may not get the help needed in reading or the challenge they need in math, because that is not where the class is. In an e-learning environment, the student gets the opportunity to be taught where he or she is, because they will be placed in an e-learning classroom with the right students and the right teachers to get him or her the help they need or the right challenge that they need. Parents who need their children to be at school will have the opportunity, while those who keep their children at home will not be punished academically, because the content will be equitable. Teachers who need to be home with their children or at high risk, uncomfortable in person, can teach remotely. Less exposure, because many will then keep their children at home and therefore less risk to teachers, staff, kids, parents, grandparents, and society in general. As you can see, the e-learning platform creates a win-win situation for teachers, parents who want their kids at home, and parents who want their kids at school. Thank you for your consideration. Best, Michelle Lee. From Kathy Levinson, I want to thank the school district administration for putting together a comprehensive plan and allowing families to have choice during these crazy times. I want to reiterate, I think it is extremely important for families to have choice. Thank you for all you do. I am writing this short note to express my support for opening schools in the fall. While I believe our district did a good job with e-learning last fall, remote learning is simply not effective for elementary and middle school children. There is no substitute for in-person learning. I am well aware of the risks from COVID-19. However, on balance, I believe if we are diligent in following the CDC, state and local guidelines, then the benefits of opening our schools far outweigh the risks. These are critical years of learning for younger children. Not attending in-person school could possibly set them back for years. Our schools provide many more benefits to our community than just education. These benefits are fundamental to our children's development and well-being. They provide much needed social interaction. They provide childcare to working parents, especially those without the ability to work remotely. They provide meals for those in need and a multitude of other important services too numerous to list. I could continue, but would like you to know, as a member of the community, if Aaron and her administration are confident we can be compliant with the CDC, state, and local guidelines, and I fully support opening our schools for in-person learning in the fall. Thank you for allowing me to share my thoughts with the administration, board, and community. Respectfully, Anonymous. Dear Dr. Murphy, thank you to the administration, principals, teachers, and staff for thoughtful leadership and contemplating solutions for the upcoming year. In particular, thank you especially for your compassionate and emphatic ear as you led the town hall and other such meetings during these uncertain times. Over the last several weeks, my husband and I talked at length about our choice, should we have one, for our children's educational experience in the fall. In doing so, we reached out to my mother and sister, both special education teachers, as well as my mother-in-law who taught 8th grade. Their insight most certainly helped shape our views. Notably, in the town hall, I understood that more than 60% of teachers expressed concerns returning to school. I can't help but think that their views are not just personal in nature, but also contemplative of what they feel will be the best learning experience for children. I also think that perhaps with an increase in cases, that number might be higher. I have always believed that consistency, security, and safety are important parts of raising our children. The recent closures of Flick Park, after only having been open for a few weeks, made clear how a return to school could lend itself to an inconsistent environment. It is unrealistic to believe that COVID will not impact one or more of our students, teachers, or staff, requiring on-the-fly changes. While it seems like ages ago when we first went remote, the disruption and uncertainty were a difficult transition for my children. Undoubtedly, with a return to school, I fear that they will experience this yet again when they will likely be sent home once more. Also, during the town hall, it was expressed that teachers will reinforce social distancing guidelines. This incorrectly assumes that all students actively maintain social distancing guidelines during the summer. I suggest that more than 50% did not. There will be a need to teach a social behavior that is not often reinforced at home. Couple this with the anxiety most children will certainly face every time they walk into school. Fearing exposure, in my opinion, is not the healthiest option. Further, it is such an increased burden on teachers who have already have one of the hardest jobs in the world to ensure safety at a time when for some families, exposure could mean life or death. The social emotional component was listed as a benefit of in-person learning. However, much of social development is understanding expression, facial and otherwise. It is very difficult to do this with a mask. I am not advocating for no face masks. I think face masks are essential. At least on the computers, children can share smiles. There is no substitute for in-person teaching, all things being equal, but nothing is equal right now. There are real risks, anxiety, uncertainty, and the potential for disruption to go along with in-person teaching. The e-school option allows for safe, consistent, and reliable environment. It also allows for some opportunity for more breakout sessions, differentiation, or even special in-person meetings so long as the school is still open. Resources are not endless. My husband and I feel that our district's resources should be all put behind one robust e-school program and make it top of class. It removes all of the question marks, all of the unknowns, all of the what-if scenarios that accompany the in-person school. To spread the resources thin disadvantages both our incredible teachers, staff, and our children. While we may have been on the fence a few weeks ago, we will, with conviction, choose the e-school option and encourage the board to vote on a single choice, e-school, which allows for safety and uncertainty. Thank you for time and consideration. Gina DeBoni. From Sonia Inraham. To the Board of Education members, there has been a feeling that wait, I might have read this one already. Let me check and see if I read this one before. Give me 1 second. I apologize. I tried to copy and paste these in, so I didn't have to do this. I think I did not. Okay. Let me get back. I think I have about 6 or 7 more pages to read. Okay, from Sonia Inraham. To the Board of Education members, there's been a feeling that school is leaning towards e-learning from the start of the new school year. I urge you to think about the consequences of such a decision. I do think that it is very important to have the option of e-learning since we may revert back to phase 3 in Illinois, but Illinois numbers have been steady over the last 3 weeks in terms of recent positives. Numbers, oh wait, I did read this one. I apologize. I think I read it. So I will go on. Dear District 31 Board of Education members and administration, my name is Maria Khan, and today I'm writing to you in an attempt to build upon the already existing relationship between District 31 and community members in the board. In my last comment, I signed my name on behalf of the Acorn Collective. The Acorn Collective is as follows: a group of community members comprised of Black, Indigenous, people of color, and white allies who demand an immediate and ongoing response to the intersectional injustices within our shared spaces. Over the last several weeks, we have come together to discuss and figure out ways to bring these issues to the forefront of our communities. Earlier today, our group launched a petition via social media. The petition highlights and addresses District 225's inadequate response to our country's most recent instances of racial violence. It was created to hold District 225 accountable for addressing instances of discrimination, supporting all of its students, and changing its curricula to be more inclusive of all identities. While you are not on the board for 225, you are members of this community, not only as board members, but as parents with children who either are or eventually will go to one of Glenbrook's. You are partially responsible for the education of the children that end up attending District 225, and therefore you have a stake in how your students will be treated and educated beyond District 31. I urge you to read through the petition linked below. I urge you to share this across your networks. I urge you to continue to have these discussions and take action steps such as this one. There is power in our collective voices, and there is a link to the petition. Thank you for your time. Sincerely, Maria Khan on behalf of the Acorn Collective. Dear Dr. Murphy and the District 31 board members, as a current field parent and a public high school teacher, I listened to Tuesday's meeting with great interest. We were really impressed with the level of detail and information provided by Dr. Murphy, Dr. Miller, and Ms. Wolverton. Welcome to District 31. The thoroughness and consideration for the safety and goodwill of our staff and students was clear, and we appreciate all the hard work that went into planning. Thank you. My husband is in charge of operations for a company that produces medical technology. They are an essential business that they have continued in person throughout this pandemic. The facilities are located in Florida, which, as you know, is seeing frighteningly high COVID numbers. He has been through months of considering how to keep his several hundred employees safe and COVID-free. We wanted to share a few additional thoughts regarding safety in the event that the district returns to in-person instruction. I don't think these were discussed at Tuesday's meeting, but I apologize if they were. Number one, for students who cannot wear masks due to doctor's notes, they should be required to wear shields instead, since shields are better than no masks. 2, purchase air purifiers for every classroom. 3, have hands-free sanitizer stations throughout the building. 4, leave doors and windows open as much as possible. If doors and windows cannot be left open, replace the handles with ones that can be opened by elbows, hands-free. Disable water fountains and consider plexiglass dividers for lunch tables. Thank you for reading and considering the additional actions, and thank you for keeping our students and staff as safe as possible. Lean and John Singh. Dear Dr. Murphy and Board, Thank you so much to the administration for all the work you have put into planning for this crazy school year to come. I truly appreciate it and was happy to have a thorough review at the town hall. I noticed a lot of anxiety about the unknown and valid concerns on social media. We have such a great community, but I am worried many who are planning to send their kids and are happy with the plan are not expressing their points of view due to contentment. As a family of 2 parents in healthcare, we understand the anxiety of the unknown, but we have also seen that proper protection and procedures can work. I truly understand that taking the first step is scary, but I'm also aware that we will need to coexist with COVID, and this will not be going away anytime soon. With an incoming first grader and incoming second grader, I am very much in need of every second we can safely get in person. I have exhausted all my credibility and patience as an education resource. Last year did work well with my first grader only because of a great relationship already fostered with her teacher. My kids are doing okay, although I'm hoping to get some emotional support for some underlying anxiety and depression going on. I can only imagine that this is true to many in our community that are less involved and vocal. I hope we can remember our commitment to equity. Hopefully, Illinois is able to keep metrics at bay, at least to get kids in, rejuvenated, and acquainted with their classroom. We do not fall necessarily at high risk for severe COVID side effects for what is known and are able to maintain distance with parents in the high-risk age group. The remote learning option is 100% vital for families not in our position that feel the benefits do not outweigh the risks. For us, they do. I'm begging you as a board to consider the whole community for the next year, the exhausted parents, the anxious kids, the special needs kids, the high risk, and most importantly, the teachers. I hope we can all come together and support each other. I hope we can support the safety measures and not fear them. We can teach the kids how to coexist with COVID and spread this through the community. Thank you for your time, Laurel Shaw. And then another one. Also, I just want to ask if there's a possibility to have a hybrid model of e-learning and in-school, which can be reevaluated every trimester. Many other districts are doing that. I'm very happy to hear about the new principal and looking forward to meeting her one day. I am looking forward to a professional leader that our children can look up to. I also wanted to let you know how disturbed I was by the way the meeting ran last month. The members were very unprofessional towards each other. I felt like the meeting objectives were not the center focus. The meeting is about the children in our district and not about who is racist. I hope today's meeting stays on track. Thank you for all you do with our children. Anonymous. From Allison Slade. My understanding is that the union agreement expires before the beginning of the upcoming school year, regardless of how it looks. Can you please provide an update on the status of negotiations? I understand that these are privileged meetings, but given parent concerns on so many levels with the pandemic and the start of school, it would be prudent from both sides of the aisle to provide an update on the status of contract negotiations. This could come in the form of a statement from each side or a joint agreed upon statement. The last thing we need is an interruption to an already strange and difficult year that could occur with teachers working without a contract. Thank you. And let me see what I missed. I think I got them all. I think I need a drink of water or soda.
Thanks, Erin.
And if I forgot something, we have another public comment. I will grab those.
Oh, okay.
Okay, we're ready. We're ready.
Okay. The recognition of the audience. We had no requests for visitors requesting to address the board.
Those were all those that I just read.
Yeah, that was all just the readings of the communications. Presentation, the District 31 School Blended Remote Learning Reopening Plan.
Okay, so let me put this on. Sorry, I should have pulled that up a second ago, but I was enjoying my drink of water. Okay, give me 1 second. I have too many tabs open on my computer, so I'm trying to find the right one so I can share it. Present now. Okay, so I think it's up there and it should be loading for everyone. So I know this is a big conversation. Okay. So I do want to address something really quickly. And Janine, I think you just texted me something. Someone, there is a rumor out there that the governor might possibly move people to remote learning. And that was that was probably, although we talked to our regional superintendent and he knew nothing about that rumor. The governor did yesterday to further subdivide our state into 11 regions. And, there was some talk that it could perhaps, so we could put Chicago at one thing and us at another thing, and there would be some different guidelines. But I think the governor just announced that. Okay, so Janine just got notice that ISB just confirmed that that was a false rumor, that there is no announcement from the governor tomorrow. I mean, we never know. We know things in Illinois change quickly, but I did want to address that since I know that has come up a few times. So we are working on the assumption that we have local choice and following the plan. And I want to say, first of all, there is no good option for next year. We can only work on what's the best we can do to support our families and teachers. We are aware that there's no best option. We know that each district is doing different things and there are attractive things about every district. I mean, I wish we could all combine together and say this is what it is. I'll say one of our challenges right now is that very few places have fully announced plans. So it's hard to make plans with our staff or to make for parents because a lot of things depend on what someone else has said and done. So as we talk, I just wanted to put that out there. So what I'm going to present today is what our plan is for reentry. And there are some things that I think that are a little bit different. What we are not getting in tonight are the minute details of what does temperature checks look like and what does this recess look like and what does this look like. Those are details that are filled in separate from this framework. That is the administration's responsibility, and we're working with parents and teachers to fill in those details. We're really looking at this. What is our reentry plan for the fall? What does it look like? I do want to start off with a survey. I've given a number of small surveys. This last one was 356 responses. It's about 2 weeks old from when I got the data. When we asked parents, 77% intended to come back if there was 6-foot social distancing. 13% at that time intended to enroll in an e-school option, and 8.3% were unsure at that point what they would do. And I think it's really they wanted to hear a little bit more. What does 6-foot social distancing, what does it look like in the school? When we reframed the question and said, what about if it was 3 to 6 feet? Our numbers went down. And I can tell you, we are only working right now with the 6-foot model. We also surveyed our staff. There's been a lot of questions about what is our staff thinking, and I want to be really clear. First of all, we had a town hall meeting with our staff. We are working with staff who have concerns. We're meeting individually with them because we want to support them. When we threw out, we had 100 responses, which is pretty much our entire teaching staff. We have like 90 some in the collective bargaining agreement plus teacher assistants. So this is a really good turnout. Okay, this is pretty complete. 68% says they are planning to return if we have 6 feet social distancing. Now, I want to say this isn't that they aren't nervous. Every single person is nervous right now. Every parent, every student, every teacher, people going back to business are nervous. But 68% said that they would return with 6-foot social distancing. 32% said they were uncertain. Now, we asked specifically, what does uncertain mean? Okay, because that makes a difference. Is it uncertain because I'm terrified, or is it uncertain for other reasons? And it was broken up with, I have health issues, and essentially I need to work with the administration to figure out what my role can be and what accommodations, and that is what we will do and work on. And childcare issues. Because I think that brings the point up to what I talked about a minute ago, is that our teachers are often saying, I'm planning to come back if my children are back in school, but if my children are not back in school, or I have to do a hybrid with them, I'm not sure who's going to stay home with them. So I don't know yet. If they have school, I have school. I talked to one of our teachers who said, in our family, we're working with 4 different districts. The spouse teaches in a district, this teacher teaches in this district, and their kids are part of 2 different districts. If their kids, so they have a possibility of 4 different scenarios. So the likelihood of someone not going back is great. Because if their kids, if they need to be home with kids, then they have to figure out how to make that work as a family, because we do know that there is limited childcare out there. The number also reduced when we started talking about 3 to 6 feet. This really told us we are comfortable with 6 feet. We are not comfortable with 3 to 6 feet, so that all our plans are structured around 6 feet. What do we know? At the last meeting, I shared a lot of stuff from ISB. I was like 12 slides. I am not doing that. We are a school district and we are governed by ISB. I mean, when I talked about the e-learning plan, these are the requirements that are put into place. We have to show compliance to the state that we are following their framework. We have local control within the framework. ISB guidance continues to be in-person instruction is strongly encouraged in phase 4. However, it is crucial to note that this does not signify a return to pre-pandemic operations. And we went through a ton of things, and at the town hall meeting, we went through tons of things of what we would have to do to go back, and some of them were mask wearing for all, increased hygiene and sanitation, social distancing, and then changing a lot of routines and staffing and programs to make that happen. And we just want to be clear, the guidelines were try to figure out how you're going to bring your kids back to school is what we were told as districts. So as I show you a few things, you're looking at a framework versus details. Don't get caught up in how will the kids go walk to the bathroom, because those are the supervision things that we are working out. Okay, we're working right now with all those details. And we still have 5 more weeks, and we're going to need every single moment of it to do all our planning. And we've been meeting on a daily basis because there's so much stuff to do. This is where I'm going to be a little bit different. I want to talk first, what are the conditions we need to ensure to make sure students and staff are safe in our buildings? Okay. I am a parent. I don't want my child to go back to something that's not safe. I mean, I will say that from every single board member in here, the administrative team, as we're making plans, I will tell you that the safety of our students, whether it's their emotional safety or their physical safety, is the first thing we're considering. The academics are incredibly important, but at every stage, whether it's remote learning or in person, it's all about the safety. So I have created a dashboard that I would like to propose as a very public, we could put this on our website, we can keep this updated to help measure if we are safe to go back to school. If any of these turn to red, we are not safe to be in school. And I will tell you, we're not all green yet. So I'm using the stoplight. Green means we're good. We can do this. Yellow means we're in process. We're close. We're figuring it out. Red means we're not there yet and we need help and assistance, or we might have to do a big plan to get there. We did this because we wanted, one, to be really clear with our staff and parents and be very transparent about what we're working on to make sure it's safe. We were also taking the feedback of our staff and parents who would say, what if this, what if that? And we wanted to include that. And I will give a lot of credit to our union president. I had a meeting with him about a week ago, and he said, Erin, how do we know if we should be in remote learning versus in person? How will we know? And then I had that aha moment of that we needed some really clear metrics. And I will tell you, I presented this or an outline of it at our recent COVID task force with village officials and schools. And they started going, wow, that's really smart. Can we borrow it? So I wouldn't be surprised if there's some more of this going around. So here's my matrix for reopening. There are 2 slides. One is, this is what needs to be all green for us to reopen in the fall, just to have a foundation for starting. The second one I'm going to show is what we will use if we are open to measure if we should close. Okay. So the first thing, and this is green, Illinois is in phase 4 or 5, and there's no executive proclamation, like the governor is not coming out tomorrow and saying you have to be in e-learning. That we are good to go because our guidance says schools should be open and if it's safe. Okay. Second thing, this is green. Illinois Department of Public Health allows schools to be open. Right now, they have not closed Field or Winkleman School. It's a green. If there's an outbreak or something happens, this could go to red and we know we're closing or a segment of it could be closing. That our scheduling and procedures generally allow for 6-foot social distancing per the IDPH, ISB, AAP, American Academy of Pediatrics, and the CDC. So are we able to program our buildings to manage the requirements, the health and safety requirements? This is where I think, like if other districts were using a matrix, I think this is where you would find them at red and they're trying to make it green by a hybrid version because they're saying our buildings are too small. We have too many kids for this. So therefore, in order to make it green, we have to program or schedule for half the kids at a time. We really believe we can bring everyone back at one time following the 6 feet guidelines. I mean, they're kids. You all know they're kids. You know your own kids. We all know that there's inherent risks in that. But we can do that with our schedule, and that's why it's green right now. This is what, since ISB released these, I think on the 24th of June, I think it's been like 3 weeks. This is what we've been working on. How can we do this? That is what we presented at the town hall meeting this week with how we can make this work, because that is so important. The next green thing is we need a 7 to 10 day supply of PPE and sanitation materials. Right now, we're good. We ordered plexi screens. We don't have all those in yet, but we have all the hand sanitizer, the cleaning. We've ordered stuff. We're pretty good in this area, but I wanted this in here because we all know that at certain times there's been shortfalls. Back in April, we may not have been able to get all the hand sanitizer we need. So I wanted this metrics in here. So if we're less than 7 to 10 days, that's yellow, and we need to see what we can do to pull it back to green. And if we get really close to that, we need to close, because if we can't be clean, we can't be open. Here's a red one. A sub pool of at least 30 individuals committed to being subs. One of the concerns that came up over and over again with staff, but also with parents, is what happens if a teacher is absent. I've talked about it for years here. I mean, sub shortage. I would say I need 10 subs today, and I had one, and it was like, I was subdividing and trying to make it work. The problem is next year is we don't have the flexibility that we have this year, because we can't raise class sizes. We can't throw kids in the library. We can't pull assistants from their classes, because our assistants are they're assigned now for lunch supervision so the teachers can go have lunch. They are assigned to help in the hallways to make sure there's not congregating of classes. We pull them, then we're unsupervised someplace else. It is imperative next year that we use all of our staff in the most strategic way, but this does not allow us flexibility. And this is me being brutally honest. It was an aha moment for me when I started seeing all the feedback. I will say, teachers, this is why we need your feedback on things, because it was, oh my gosh, this is a concern. I went back and looked at some data over the last couple of years, and on average in our district, we need about 5 subs a day. We are anticipating that to double or triple next year if we are in-person learning, because if staff members and students need to stay home because they have a cough, they're going to be out longer. If their kids are quarantined, they're going to be out. If we have to quarantine, we don't want to run the risk of calling people in the morning and saying, guess what, I don't have a sub for your child's class, they have to stay home. Because right now, the administrative team, we're the subs, but we're not enough. I will say,
Erin?
Yes.
I can recall a lot of days last year where you were worried we wouldn't have enough subs during flu season. Yes. We're going into a season where our school isn't the only one that's going to have these COVID related absences or parents or teachers that can't make it. So we're going to be in an even higher competitive pool for subs. And subs are not well paid. I think most of the sub pool, many of them may want to stay home or will be teaching or tutoring individuals, what have you. I don't see us hitting this.
Well, and I do have a possible scenario. I mean, I'm trying to think creatively again, because that's what I need to do for this. One, I already threw it out to parents. Guess what I got already as an email from a parent or two saying, how do I become a sub? Because I'm committed. I want, so-and-so, my husband's not employed, my wife, how do I do this? So one is we are appealing locally, and we need to start a campaign to appeal locally. The other option this board has is we can go back and relook at a service like Kelly that I talked about a few months ago, where we weren't in that at that time, where Kelly starts recruiting, where Kelly helps us train. Kelly also provides benefits to people. Kelly also provides a 401k. It is much more attractive to people who are unemployed right now than coming to sub for a school district. So one way, if we wanted to get that to green, we need to probably, we need to really look at a combination of really recruiting among our parents and looking at Kelly, which is about a 35%, it's a 30 to 35% upcharge on subs. But we don't then end up doing anything with the subs. They pay them, they train them, they recruit them, but their recruitment area is a lot larger. I think we'd be the only one in the area right now who's working with someone. So if you want creative solutions, that's my creative solution right now to get there. That doesn't mean we have to do it. And we may not be able to get there. 30 is a lot. Right now, we contacted all of our subs. We have 7. We have 7 subs who are willing to come next year. And that's primarily because our existing subs are retired and they're at risk. So I don't blame them. But this one is red for that reason. And I don't want to set us up for failure by not having those numbers. So one of the decisions that we need to make today is, would you be comfortable going with a company like that, which is allowed in the state of Illinois, to see if we can get that number up? Because I don't have the flexibility next year of saying, you know what, we'll throw 3 more kids in that class. Well, you know what, let's send them to the library to work for a little while. Let's pull this assistant, because if I pull this assistant, then that class doesn't have lunch. I mean, it's a logistic. So this is me just being very honest. The other 2 items on my list is we need an ability to live stream classes for students who are ill or need to be quarantined. That also goes with that recording conversation. It could say live stream / recording. This is yellow because we're working on this one with our teachers. We have a committee set up to figure out what this would look like. I anticipate this one we can get to green. But we need some of the time that we have ahead of us to work on what it looks like. We're purchasing some some technology that we can give each teachers that they can use in the classroom. But what's also exciting is if we go to remote learning, they can use it at home. So they don't have to sit in front of the computer like this. They can set it up in their dining room and have a bigger studio space. So it would be very flexible. The last one is the building is safely staffed for in-person instruction, which means to us, we have 100% of the staff needed to maintain established safety protocols for the students who are enrolled for in-person. I'm not worried about staffing an e-school. I need to make sure, and the reason this is yellow is because we haven't asked teachers yet to commit. Okay, we know we have about 66 to 70% that I can say we're there. But we haven't asked teachers to commit yet because 1, we needed to tell them what our plan was, and that's what we did this week, and that's what we're doing. 2, what we're hearing, a lot of them can't commit till their kid's school makes a commitment. And 3, we're working through some of the health issues to see if we can do this. Right now, this is yellow because I think we're going to be close, but we need to still work through those, and we need to get that commitment from staff, which I think we're about 2 weeks away from. But I'm not going to speak for staff at this point and say that we have it. We're going to have to work creatively with some of our staff and see how we can work it with an e-learning model. So what I'm proposing with this is we can go to in-person instruction if we get these to green. We already got, as I said, we spent the last 3 weeks working on the scheduling and procedures to make it safe. That was a huge chunk. Now we're realizing these other portions. And in order to open, this is what we need to do. Once we're in person, what do we need to do to make sure, what are the metrics? And once again, these are things that I can update every week, every day even. We know we can stay open if all of the things on the previous page are green, okay? Plus, we want to start we want to have very clear metrics. We want to start monitoring attendance. So our staff daily attendance does not fall below 85 to 90% for 3 consecutive days. You can have a bad day. That our sub-fill rate does not fall below 90%, because once again, if we don't have a sub-fill rate, if sub's filled, we don't have supervision next year. It's different than in a regular year. In a regular year, we can make it work with a lot less. And student daily attendance for in-person instruction does not fall below 75 to 80% for more than 3 consecutive days. Generally, if we have 75% of our kids done for an illness, we should be contacting the Illinois Department of Public Health anyways. What these would do, if they start going to yellow, like we have a day, we would mark it as yellow. And that starts triggering a review about why. If we have staff gone because they're closing on a house, that's not going to count in the metrics because that's not a health-related issue. Okay, if we have someone out for a meeting, which we're going to try not to do, that doesn't count. For the student daily attendance, once again, if we have students out for a non-health related issue or something we know is not related to this health issue or a chronic one, if they're out because they broke their leg, they wouldn't necessarily fall into this category. And we're going to have weekly meetings to review this. But once again, we intend for this to be really transparent. And we can keep this on our website so people know where we are in this process. We want to have some district-based decisions to maintain consistency for our community because we know the Field and Winkleman are really linked. It may not make sense to close one and not the other. And we have some staff that travel for, that the administration, and there's a few staff that, might be present in both buildings. So this is what we're saying. We can be in person if it's safe to do it. And this is how we'll know if it's safe to do it. What I need to know is what is the time, and I'll get through the rest of this, and I'd love to, this is a question. What is the time frame for getting green? If we're not all green, is it, let's call it remote learning until the middle of September and we have there, and then we'll reestablish, or we want to get an update in 2 weeks and find out where we are and make that decision. I want to make sure parents know. And the other thing I want to say is, and I have this slide in the end, that a lot of our planning, I think, I've heard a lot of people say go all remote learning. But if we just say we're going to start remote learning, I still need to plan for both for the consistency of our kids. So I can't schedule for remote learning knowing that we could be coming to in-person learning without taking into account this student would still be e-learning if we came back in person. This student is, I need to group for that in order to have cohesive groups. I also need to plan for the teachers. If we're going to e-learning, and I believe we can if all the metrics are met, if I know a teacher's not going to be coming back in person, I can't just assign them to here, you're a classroom teacher. If they're not going to come back with their kids in the fall, I still need to be strategic with how I work with teachers so that way they have a consistent and knowing job for the whole year.
Erin?
So that's the consistency that I'm looking for. Yes.
I think the challenge is, I think you have parents that, given a choice, if they knew that their child's experience would be consistent for whatever, right, would want to register. I think there's fear that, gosh, I want to keep them home right now in uncertainty, but if things clear up, I'd want to send them back in January. And I think I've seen a lot of discussions and parents not knowing what to register for. They don't know whether to register for live or E, because if everyone's going to be E and that's the live, they'll register for live, figuring that when we come back, it'll be safe enough that they'd want their kids with the majority. But if they register for e-learning and then it becomes safe, I think parents, at least the folks that in my very limited community here, they don't know what to register for. Because I think in fall, they may not be comfortable coming back, but they certainly don't want their child to be one of very few that's remote. And people go back and forth. I just don't know how we give our parents some more ability to understand what it will look like, at least for the first semester, so they can choose widely. I think they're interested in what teachers they might get, what that might look like. It's really, really hard. I think
And
parents
I
are
will
really
say,
struggling.
I will probably not know teachers in any scenario until a couple days. I would say it's that week before school starts that we're going to talk teachers, because it's going to take me, I mean, to try to figure out who should, I mean, to try to figure out who should teach what. I mean, this is not an easy process to divide kids up. That will not be able to be a metrics that will help staff know.
No, I don't mean like, hey, you get Mrs. Smith. I hope we don't have a Smith. I mean like I know that they can't. My only point is I know you can't tell parents what it'll look like, but I think a lot of parents that said they would come back live, and we heard this in the letters, have changed their mind. And a lot of parents that I think want remote, if they see your framework, would probably say we're going to come back remote. I don't know how we make all those things green. Then there's parents that might have registered for E that would register for live, knowing that then they can be with the majority of kids. Do you follow me? Like, I think parents need to know so they can make a choice. It's not about what choice or what we're doing. I just think parents need visibility to choose how they register their kids.
Well, and we are coming out. I mean, we have an FAQ. We do have description. I think the town hall meeting was pretty informative with what school could look like, and that was our purpose of doing that and sending it out as a recording. Was to be very transparent and and that it's not just a document that we're sending. We're working on getting some things translated. We're working on the highlights of that meeting going out in some different languages. We even found a company that could translate transcripts. So we're working, but we also agree no one really wants to read a 2-hour transcript.
Can you clarify when you're sending information out to actually request for that registration on choosing, like when?
Some of it depends on what's decided at this board meeting.
Make sure,
Yeah. So the question is, when are we sending this out? What I would like to do, I mean, it depends a little bit on what the board is going to decide tonight. If there's any possibility of remote learning or in-person learning, I need to send that out tomorrow and give 10 days for people to kind of say, this is my preference versus this, because I need those numbers to know how to start scheduling teachers. Okay, I need X amount of these teachers and X amount of these teachers, and reorganizing that and making those sections. And as I said, if there's any possibility of going back to school next year, I want to make sure I'm as consistent as possible for the students and the staff. I mean, I don't want to suddenly change it and you're coming back in person, but your teacher's remote, and now I have to change these kids that were with it. That's really hard for these littles. And I'll be honest, for the middle school, it probably won't as be a big of an impact because teachers can teach a section, or live streaming may look, if you have 2 kids who are home because of a geometry class, you can live stream with John Damon while he's doing it live. Sorry for mentioning a teacher by name, but that was complimentary. So we have those options, but until we know numbers, we are stymied. I mean, we can order our supplies and we're making our kits for the classroom that can be moved into remote learning, and we're getting our posters, and we have a list of to-dos, and we're planning professional development. But in terms of that student piece and giving teachers assignments for next year's and assigning student schedules, I need to get the information about what is going to happen next year. Otherwise, I'm stuck and we're going to do it last minute. I mean, the earlier I get it, the earlier I might be able to give it to the parents.
To be fair, the fact that you're even getting all of that prepared, correct, is a reality anyways, that you're going to need for when, if we don't open now, but we open, we are eventually going to open.
Right.
And it's probably going to look a little bit like the same, correct?
Yes.
But
Yes. So the question, and I would say that unless the decision is this year is completely remote learning, the administration team has to plan for both. I mean, the professional development is going to be about best instruction for kids in a remote environment, because even the way we're teaching in person is a remote environment compared to what we've always had, because we can't have circle time and we can't have these collaborative groups. So some of that is an overlap. I mean, if we don't need to prepare our buildings, I can go cancel the plexiglass order and the tents that we've ordered so we can have mask breaks outside. I mean, there's things that I can stop if we know we're not coming back. But if we're coming back at all, I need to make sure we're ready. And that doesn't stop unless it's there's no way or we're going to be this way until December. But it's very hard not to plan for coming back unless there's no possibility that we're coming back. I mean, I would not want to put any student or staff member in danger. That's why we are presenting these metrics like that and being very transparent, because if I don't have subs or I don't have enough teachers, well, then you're right, I can't do it. That's me being really honest. And that would be a decision for this board. How hard do you want me to work on getting subs? Do you want me to go with a company and say, we're desperately need you for the next year, we want to sign a contract and see how it goes, because this is how we can open schools, and put that, plea out to parents? Or are we saying we're not going back this year, so don't even worry about subs at all? I mean, that's the hard. Let me finish this up really quick so then we can have our discussion at the end. I just want to get the information. My question, I mean, if people listen to the town hall, we really don't need to go into a lot of details about Field and Winkleman. So, I'll just briefly say, and instead of going through long and having everyone talk, because people go back to that video if you want to hear, that's more comprehensive than you would have seen tonight. Essentially, in-person learning means we would have the procedures and routines would look a lot different. We've stated that over and over again. We've talked about Winkleman, we've talked about class sizes, we've talked about teachers moving into classes with, the 6 feet apart, everyone has to wear masks. So I'm not going to going through this all again. Lunches would be in the classroom. We'd have to modify PE. I mean, I think there'd be a lot more yoga and Tai Chi going on than there's not soccer. Cubby usage at specific times. So the routines would be very different. We don't have parent volunteers in the classroom. We're limiting the movement. For Field, the schedule changes. It's 45-minute chunks of time because we need to build in those routine times. We need, in order to get all the kids in at one time, so we don't have to do an AV schedule, the schedule has to change in order to get those numbers down. And that's just what we have to do. I mean, there'd be no advisory next year, but kids would be in class for math with a teacher. It'd be a shorter period, but we'd have routines in the building. Kids could not change for PE. So once again, you're looking more at a non-sweating option that's non-contact. We don't want stinky kids all day either. EL and support services, Janine has talked about. We're going to have to really plan for each student, and there's a lot of flexibility that we need to for specific students and services. We're working with Veronica Gott on what those would look like. IEPs and 504s, there's going to be a lot more strategic groupings. There's going to be some limitations. There's some very individual items that are being ordered. We're going to have to mend some IEPs, but we're going to have to do this part regardless if we're in person or remote. And I think that's also important to know, that these IEP and 504 and EL accommodations, it doesn't matter what system we're on. We're going to have to do this support. This is going to be Janine and Becky's job next year. Becky, because she works with that curriculum piece as well, to fix this. If parents say, and I really strongly believe in parent choice in this one because there's so many unknowns, we're going to do an e-school. I can't tell you exactly what it's going to look like until I have numbers. We're looking at synchronous and asynchronous learning. We're probably looking at some live streaming for some classes versus some time with a teacher that's just assigned to that class. I envision, depending on the numbers, that the elementary school for this e-learning option might have kindergarten and first graders with one teacher and doing more of an e-learning type thing with specials and all of that. Whereas the middle school, it might be a little bit more live streaming, but there could be live streaming opportunities for the younger kids as well. So I talked about with the parallel e-learning option. For buses, I know parents wanted to know that. If we're in person, we can have bus service. We do need people to register for bus service by August 1st. This board will need to decide what you're doing with fees if bus service should not go on. Parents are asking that, and I can't answer because that's a board decision, whether you would at the end of the year look at the fees and say, we'll refund you. So I don't have that answer, and I don't know if that's an appropriate topic tonight. That's probably an answer for another time. But prior to boarding, parents need to do whatever certification we have parents do with an app. It'll be some sort of app. Nino's been awesome. He found us an app that we're going to look at that would help with that certification process and help us run reports so we know who didn't do it or who might be flagged. The ISB guidelines are that we can have 50 kids on a bus. We are not following those. We are going to have less kids on a bus. There is 12 rows in our buses. So there can be one kid in every seat unless you have a sibling, and then you can sit with your sibling. So we're looking at about 24 plus whatever siblings are on there. So about 24 to 30 assigned seats so we can contact trace, more like, move to the back of the bus type of thing. Like you need to sit, so you don't walk past people, you walk past the empty seats and sit down. Everyone must wear masks, including the driver. Touch points, the bus rails are sanitized between the routes because we have a Winkleman route and a field route right after. Bus sanitized prior to routes, after all routes between. So like after all the field and Winkleman routes, then it gets for a full spray down. If we don't, we're going to have far fewer, about half the amount of students on our current routes. We have 11 buses right now. We only have room for like 250 some students without adding routes. So we really do need parents to register so we know what we're looking for in terms of bus routes, and know that it may take another month or so to after August 1st if you decide you want your child to ride the bus, because we need to make sure they're not over full. We can't just put one more kid on a bus. We need to see if it's available at all. So we need to figure out also the refunds, as I said. Quest, we're meeting with Quest. We're planning grab and go, more lunches. There'll be some reduced menus at Winkleman, probably things delivered to the rooms. Field will be they'll have spacing so they can go through and grab their food. And we have 6 feet distancing in the cafeteria in the auditorium for kids to eat. No fruit and veggie bar. No a la carte items at Winkleman. It's essentially, here's your lunch that you ordered and it'll be delivered to your house. We do have to purchase some additional equipment and supplies so that food can be delivered. So hot food can be delivered hot to the classroom so no one gets sick. So there are some additional equipment that we need to buy, but it's not huge. Adventure Campus, if we are in person, Adventure Campus is planning to be in person. They are our partner. They'll follow our rules. And it's a parent decision whether you're going to sign up for Adventure Campus or not, or the Y, or anyone. But Adventure Campus can certainly use our facility following our rules if we're in school. What additional costs do I anticipate putting this in here? It's hard for me to really say. Possibly 2 to 3 extra assistants to man the isolation room. If a student is not feeling well, we need to put them in a room separate, and a nurse can't be in both places. So we need someone to sit outside and have line of sight, and our assistants are already there. So it looks like we'll need a couple of assistants to really help with that and just provide some more flexibility. It's not like I'm hoping that they won't be outside that room all day, but we want to make sure that we always have line of sight. We are spending money on PPE, sanitation, hygiene stuff, technology, tents for outside spaces, in-person versus remote learning kits. We are spending funds. We have Clorox machines. We have spray wands. We're buying masks and we are doing whatever we can to make sure we are ready. What you're going to find when Kathy presents the final budget is that a lot of the things we're spending are going to be offset in other items. Like, for instance, we may not have any money in before in school activities because we've already spent it on all of these things that I just described, and it has to be reallocated to different accounts because our priority is student safety. So we're not going to say no to buying the Clorox wands that will help us sanitize the classrooms quicker, or buying kits for the students that they can use in person with individual items and bring home, or or helping the teachers in these like rooms that now have desks instead of tables really doing it, or the plexiglass shield. I mean, we're doing whatever we can to make it as safe as possible. So what do we need to do tonight? After this presentation, you need to approve the e-learning plan, because I didn't talk about e-learning in here because I just talked about it. We need to approve a framework for returning to school. And what I am saying is we can return to in-person learning in the fall if the matrix is met. But you then, like, what is the timeline? Do you want us to say right now we don't have it met, so at least until the end of September we're e-learning? Or do you want to say give me 2 weeks to see where we are in 2 weeks, because we've already done a heck of a lot in 3 weeks. So, and I just noted, if we're anticipating returning in person at all in 2020, 2021, students and staff need to be the needs need to be really clear, so I know how to align people. It's different if we're not returning at all. So that's kind of where we are at this point, and I'm happy to answer any questions. And I'm sorry I didn't let you guys talk. I was just trying to get through this. My computer seems to have frozen. There we go. Okay. It's okay. Any questions?
Before, Aaron, I get into any broader questions, a super specific question. In the past, we've gotten a lot of feedback that the lunch portions are really small.
Mm-hmm.
And the feedback we've gotten for the kids on our free and reduced is that they can use the fruit and veggie bar.
Yeah.
I'm worried about particularly some of our older kids, if we return, the 4th and 5th grade kids not getting enough food. Just as a side note.
Okay, we can look
I know you probably can't answer that today,
yeah.
But the portions are too small without that supplementary stuff for some of those bigger kids.
We have a meeting tomorrow, so we can ask them about it. Or next week. Sorry, my days and weeks are mixed up.
And that's something, if Quest can't afford it, I would ask you to bring it to the board. If we have kids in the building, they shouldn't be hungry.
Okay. And I would even say if kids are at home, we're working with Quest on how we could still provide the lunches that they need, the breakfast that they need, the pickups. I mean, that's part of our conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Because we don't, if kids are at home and they need those resources, we've been providing them all spring and all summer. That's not something we're intending to give up.
Of course.
Okay, any questions?
Couple of comments.
Okay.
I don't know if you want me to come off the mute or how you just talk louder.
Why don't you come off mute and
Ready? So first of all, thank you. I like the idea of a decision matrix. I think it makes sense so that it's the community, we all know what we're deciding upon. If we decide tonight that that is the route we're going, my recommendation is the update you just gave us tonight in terms of all 10 items. I don't remember how many there were. What's green, yellow, red is part of your weekly communication to the community.
Absolutely. We're planning to put it on our website as well, as soon as we design whatever that looks like, transferred in there. Yeah.
I would say you probably need to give at least 2 weeks notice if we're not going to be able to meet it, so that people can plan for students at home. I think you probably need less notice to plan for a return to in-building needs. Is that a day? I don't know. But just a perspective of how we notify families. Question, I guess. So the core curriculum, you talked about having to specifically at Field shrink down the ELA and the math time.
Mm-hmm.
What are the specific changes to the curriculum time for ELA and math at Field?
Okay. April, do you want to talk?
Sure.
Make sure you're on.
The ELA curriculum is just going to be divided, from my understanding. The amount of time is still the same. So they're just not going to be back to back.
So it's So instead of an 80-minute block, it's two like 40-minute blocks or two 40-minute time periods. So it's the same time. It's just, it might be separated in the day. So it's not integrated.
And then lastly, for me, you asked the question about the sub and contracting out to a sub service, I suppose you're calling. Would love to understand what the costs are for that, right? You know, if that's our only barrier, I think we need to understand what the costs are to solve for that or any of the items.
And I can tell you it's about a 30, the only cost to it, we don't have to pay anything up front when we met with them. I mean, we have to meet with them again. When they quoted us before, it was about a 32 to 35% upcharge on any sub. So if we pay $100 to the sub, we would actually pay like 30, if it was 32%, we would pay $130. And that $32 would be kept by the company, and that $100 would be kept by the sub. And we would not have to, we wouldn't do any, we would also save from a payroll point of view and all that, because they would take care of the taxes, they would take care of the training, they would take care of everything. So you're also looking at some, well, there's definitely more work setting it up, less work over time, because all sub questions go to the company.
Aaron, I've hired temps before through Kelly, as a matter of fact. I can't imagine with the level of complexity that our safety procedures have.
They need to know because maybe other schools are also thinking.
Yeah, well, they've still been recruiting us right now. They've been contacting us. I mean, we were in conversation with them last fall, and then we said, you know what, let's wait a year. Let's see what our numbers are. And then we were also trying to wait and see if any other township schools were going to join them. Because there is a little bit of a savings if other township schools do it, like a % here and there. But kind of everyone said, oh, that's on our plan for a year from now. So we're like, well, we're going to wait then. But then this happened. So now it's back on the radar. If we are looking for, strategic ways to do this, you don't have to sign a forever contract. I don't know if it's a 1 year or a 2 year. It's not something that necessarily you have to do forever, but it is now allowed in the state of Illinois. That's been a recent thing in the last couple of years. I think Kelly, the company we had talked with, Kathy had talked with other ones, but the one we would be interested in going with is a reputable company who has an educational division for recruiting. We can also ask them to put nurses on their list, which could be important because we're really short on sub nurses as well. And we know that's going to be an important thing this year. I can't guarantee they're going to get the whole pool we need, but they do have more robust tactics, and we could still point our families to them to go through the process. They will also train them with whatever modules we ask them to train them. Now, this is late. I mean, in a perfect world, we would have signed with them in January. They would have been recruiting for the last couple of months. This isn't normal times, but it is an option.
So do they have
Aaron?
teachers already, or that they have to then?
So if we want to do this, then we need to call them tomorrow and say, let's sit down and see what this looks like, and get the ball rolling, because we don't have any time to wait anymore.
Okay, if Nancy has something to say, we can't hear her if she's saying something.
Okay, so you need to talk louder when you're.
Do you have your speaker?
The microphone is
She
on.
should use her microphone. She sounds like wah, wah.
Her computer isn't on. Is there a way you can turn on your computer so you have a microphone? Okay.
If he can turn on his speaker, then they can.
Okay.
I've already asked the question.
Okay, so the question was, do they already have the pool of subs? And the answer is no. They would have to begin the recruiting process for our area. This would be kind of a lead in terms of innovation and going with this, I think, at this point, because I don't think, well, other people are talking about it. This is not something that this area has jumped into yet. There are other areas who have jumped into using the company.
Aaron?
Yes.
My experience with temp pools and temp services is that they are at best a warm body. And I'm pretty worried about the idea of having temps, usually in the past subs. My understanding is a lot of our subs have been subs we use pretty regularly that knew our buildings and our procedures. And even then we had kids complaining and parents complaining about subs and how well they educated or controlled classrooms. Now we're bringing in a temp pool. I'm worried about, just like already in a really volatile, inconsistent, sort of lots of procedures, lots of things. then also tapping, you might be live, you might be remote. Now we're live and we need a temp, and it's this temp that doesn't know our building. It just seems like a lot to me.
Well, and I think that's part of the training process that we work with them. I will say this is almost embarrassing for us to admit, when I saw their training protocols, they are far more robust than we already have in place in terms of the modules and what they're required to do. We are allowed to reject any sub that they bring to us and say we don't want them in our pool. So there is flexibility. Is it a perfect situation? No. I mean, this is a big change in what we do with little time to make it. I mean, this is not how, if this was next year, you would have a full plan and a contract to look at. This year we're trying to figure this out and trying to think creatively, because we do want to think creatively about our problems and just not stop and say, nope, this is the problem. We don't know what to do. We'll see if we can get a parent to say, I mean, that we wanted to be more creative and try to come with a solution as opposed to just the problem. Bob.
Subs are the only red item. So I think we should go as soon as possible, contact them tomorrow, and try to get into yellow and green on the red one and also on the two yellows. Okay. We're in a unique situation where a district that can do this, we're hearing from our superintendent that we can do this. We just need to get over these last couple of items.
Yep. And I'm working on the staff one. I mean, as I said, I can't until I get the commitments. It's hard for me to know.
I think it's incumbent upon us to provide people an option, if we can do it safely, to provide in-school sessions for those who choose that option.
Thank you. What other questions, feedback? Does anyone disagree with moving forward with checking, seeing if we can get, we've getting the emails. We had the board meeting this week, so we wanted to get your go ahead before we engaged in those conversations with them.
I am for the reopening. I feel that you have been, working. I am for the reopening. I feel that that everyone's worked really hard, and that you're not showing, even coming here today, just talking to you, hearing from you, hearing all the time, and that what Aaron has to say. I just don't hear the fear of, oh my gosh, you probably, this, like, there's still that fear that you can't do this. You're really asking us to help you to get this to happen. And for me, I'd like to support that. So I appreciate everything you guys are doing. I know it's hard in the long hours, and I'm glad to hear the part that I wasn't sure about, which was the teachers really want this to happen. Yeah, you're always going to have people that can't have it happen because of their circumstances. But if we also maybe get a pool of other people, sometimes, any substitutes sometimes feel like it's not always a great solution, but sometimes that's what we're left with, because we've had teachers that are out for a full year for for having babies and things like that, for family issues. And we've all been in that situation. It was a great year for that, for your child. Not really, but sometimes we're stuck with that, and we survived that. And I just feel that I think you guys are still really trying to do the best in under these circumstances. So I support it for going back to bringing in school.
So, Aaron?
I'll just share, I've built master schedules for a long time, and they are problematic even in the best of times. So, thankfully it's your job and not my job to do, but they're all your jobs, right? You're effectively building a master schedule for 3 different scenarios, which I've been trying to wrap my head around as we've been meeting here. I don't know how you're going to pull it off. A lot of these things, I don't know how you're going to finance. I don't know how you're going to pull any of this off. But I want to back you and support you. If you think you can pull this off, you try and make this happen, right? Because I think giving parents and families choice during this time of complete uncertainty, where there are a lot of questions and a lot of opinions and no real right answers, if we can pull that off, I think that's a win for the community, for teachers, for everyone. But just if you can find a way to balance that pyramid of needs, I mean, great. So
And I
that's
understand coming from the healthcare profession that I mean, the biggest thing in the healthcare is to always be compliant. Now we're hearing these stories out there because people are just not compliant, and that's the problem. And if we're going to be here teaching those younger kids even how to be compliant, I think your parents are going to say thank you. You know what I mean? I think it's huge. In the healthcare, we have to be compliant. We have to follow CDC, IDPH, and it's all that I live right now. You know what I mean? And I haven't. So I thank God for that. But it's a matter of really being diligent in those things. So I hope that you continue to be just as diligent in that, and knowing that that's a key part of all of this is keeping the kids safe and really following those CDC guidelines and the IDPH and everything else. So.
Thank you. And I just do want to follow up with one thing, that while we have teachers who do, that we have that percentage of teachers who say they will come back, I don't want to speak for all teachers that say that's their ultimate choice to come back. I think they're still every place on there. I mean, I had one teacher in my office yesterday who said, man, I can't wait to come back. And I know other people are like, oh, I kind of wish they go to a remote, but I would come back. So I just wanted to clarify that. So for the staff out there listening.
Aaron. So to piggyback on what everybody's saying, I agree with, I keep telling people I'm torn on this decision. You guys are working so hard to have these options. Before we contact any temps, I would like to see commitment from the teachers. If the teachers are not going to commit to come, why bother with the temps? Why bother with the subs? We need to make sure that the teachers will be there to teach our kids before we look at somebody who's not able to teach our kids as well. So I would vote not going towards the subs until we have that commitment of all the teachers first.
So Daphne shared, for those of you who couldn't hear, that she said her preference is not to go with the temp agency to look for subs and solving that, to make sure, not do it until we have a commitment with the staff about where we're going. And so not focus that. I will say we are doing everything at once right now. I think that's been one of the challenges of the whole team, is we all feel like we have, and it's not going to change. I mean, no matter what the decisions are tonight, all of us have, we're playing whack-a-mole, where we hit down one mole and 100 come up, and then we're just that is what we're doing right now.
Which is why I would say turn that part green first. Make sure that we have the teachers committed before we go and try and find the 30 subs. Because if we don't have 100% commitment of all the teachers, what's the point of going and trying to get the subs? Because we don't want to start the year off with subs if we don't have to. Does that make sense?
Well, yeah. Well, and the subs, we're looking more as if we need subs because teachers aren't present, are not able to be there. That's where the subs are. I think we have enough staff that we can work creatively by eliminating some positions for the year and kind of working with it.
For intermediate, so like if they have to have the 2 days off.
Nancy, you got to talk into something.
Nancy, you got to talk.
I was just asking Erin if she was planning on using and talking about the subs for like intermediate, like if a teacher had to go home sick and then you sit there and you tell them, because the guidelines end up saying, well, then you have to have 3 good days, right? So that's like another part of the reasoning for the subs, is just to have them in the backlog. So for just a few days that a teacher might have to be compliant and stay out for 3 days because they were, they had a cold, they didn't know what was going on with them, right? Or they're
right. Well, yeah. We are anticipating more sub absences. One, if someone is showing symptoms, they're supposed to stay home for mean, yes, they can go get a COVID test, but if you are coughing because you're supposed to stay home until you're symptom free for 3 days. Right. Same is true. That's going to be a challenge with some things. But that is the practice that we're going to move forward with students and staff. You need to be symptom free for 3 days. We also are into, as I said, we want to make sure we can open safely and correctly. Like we don't want to mislead our parents. I don't want to promise something that I can't deliver. That's why we're being as transparent as we can. I'm being honest about what we're currently working on right now, because some people can say, why don't you have this all done? Oh my gosh, we're trying to reimagine a school year in weeks. And our team, and we're so fortunate that we now have a full and complete team. Starting July 6th is when we had our full and complete team. And so I'm so blessed to have that team. And we have accomplished so much in the last 3 weeks that it's unreal. I don't want to overpromise to parents. I want to be transparent and honest. I want to have metrics that everyone can see. And I want to have solutions to things as we move forward, because I think there are a lot of parents out there too who are going, are you no school at all, for no in-person for the whole year seems extreme.
I don't think anyone wants that.
So right now we're working on a lot of things at once. I mean, it's hard for us to say work on this and not work on this because we have to work on all the different pieces. Otherwise, it's going to be the first day of Teacher Institute Day and we won't have all the pieces together.
Hey, Erin. Erin. Hello?
Erin?
Oh.
We need to speak here.
Oh, sorry. Okay, sorry, I didn't have that on.
Erin, real quick, I don't think anyone on this board is recommending that we look at no live instruction. I think it's about, that certainly has to be an option, but I think the question is, what do we plan for in the fall? And then what do we plan for transitioning to? But I do have a question. So just so I understand, if 30% of our teachers say they are not comfortable coming back, which is roughly what I think it looked like, does that mean we go right into e-learning, or what does that mean?
Well, I would say I think right now is where we're going into in a couple of different weeks of planning with teachers. Why aren't they able to come in? With some staff, we are having conversations about health issues, and we're working on what accommodations can we offer? I don't know yet until I know what the year is structured like. So is there a way we can utilize their talents as teachers in a remote position, or what accommodation? Some of the questions are what accommodations do you need, and can we do that within the classroom? So we're taking the approach, because I think this is what we want to be known for in this district, of having collaborative conversations with teachers to understand what the needs are so we can problem solve. And because our last thing we want to do is say, oh, you can't do it, you're done. We want to figure out how we can be problem solvers and solution oriented with our staff, because we care deeply about them. I mean, this is one reason I love this community, is we care deeply about staff. We also are very cognizant, and I talked to our union president today, that for a lot of our staff, they may be, uncomfortable, but I think everyone's uncomfortable in this day and age right now. But their primary hiccup right now is childcare issues. What are the schools doing? So it's not that there could be a nervousness. I'm not discounting nervousness. I mean, that's our job, to make this as safe as possible, because every single person is nervous. I'm nervous. You're nervous. We're making decisions that are so big and so bold that it is nerve-wracking. But for some of them, it's, I heard, I would come back, but right now I'm hearing my school district's doing A and B days. And my child, so how does that work? I mean, I don't know. Can I pair up two teachers, one whose kid is on an AB day and they have an A student and they have a B student, and we try to pair them up so that we can utilize them? We're trying to figure that out. And I totally recognize that there are staff out there who are going, please choose the remote option. And there are staff, because they've also emailed me and given feedback saying, I am so desperate to get back in the classroom because I don't want to be at home anymore. And there's a middle ground in there too. I mean, there is no one good answer. I know that I have the responsibility for making sure we have an educational environment for our students, and I need to staff it with whatever model we have to do. We love our teachers, and we need to talk through the options if they're not able to come back and we're not able to accommodate either. But that is not our first stop on there is, our first stop is what is it do we need to do? But that is not going to take one day. And to take that approach and tell teachers today, like, you need to tell me what you're doing, I might lose some good teachers in there who can come back, but we need another week or two because boards are meeting over the next 2 weeks, having these exact same conversations and making these exact same decisions. And that's going to shuffle everything out. I mean, that is why I know that this township superintendents have said, we really wish there could be a regional approach to this because we're so intermingled right now that, what happens in this district impacts our district because of our staff, because staffs in this area do not live in the town that they teach. I mean, honestly, I think I'm the only staff member in the whole township who will have a kid in this district. Everyone else who has family members are out there, and we're trying to work with that.
But Erin, just really quickly, that's the same. Our staff can't tell us, and I think there are more staff that feel unsafe than we think, and that we should keep them safe. They're an important stakeholder group, but I think there are a lot of parents that we are asking to register by the 26th and tell us what they want. So I understand the teachers can't, but there are parents that can't either, because if our school is on e-learning, there are parents who through their workplaces qualify for CARES Act leave. But if we are live, they do not qualify. And so there are employment impacts to a lot of our parents too, of what they can register for or not, depending on what we decide.
And
so that's what I mean. Like, I think it's complicated.
That's why we're in this horrible conundrum, because there are also parents who are going, I don't know what I'm going to do because I have to get to work. I have no one to watch my kids. And childcare is really difficult right now. I mean, I know my son's back at daycare, but it was a lot of begging and pleading on my part.
Maybe that's part of what you do is hire the service.
Well, but that's a difficult approach. I mean, I know there were some wonderful suggestions out there about, can we staff rooms where kids can be here? I think the struggle is we would have to get that staff, but we would most likely need certified teachers, and our certified teachers need to be in the e-learning program and not here. And then they'd be staring at a computer, but we still need to provide bus service then. We need to provide lunch service. We need to provide a school nurse. We need to provide break. I mean, believe me, I swear we've gone through every model and looked at everything that someone has come from and said, what can we do here? Because we know it's a terrible situation for our families to be in. And we know our teachers are in those terrible situations. And we know, we have families that are run the gamut. This is, I wish there was a class on pandemic preparedness 101. Actually, I think I want the advanced class at this point. Because there's not a good scenario. I mean, there really isn't. What we can commit to is we will not come back live unless we get all our metrics in a safe place, because I'm not going to put kids and staff at risk at all. And I will be honest when we don't have it. I mean, I'm not going to say we have everything if we don't, because we still have to work on it. This is not through lack of working at this point. I will not bring anyone back, and I would not recommend anyone come back unless we are fully green. I will not recommend staying open if we are noticing challenges, because I don't want to put anyone at risk. I went and took the contact tracing course through Johns Hopkins last weekend because I wanted to know about contact tracing. We are having staff members, district level or in building level, our office staff take the contact tracing course so we can protect our students and our families as much as possible. One thing I've heard about some of the outbreaks is that the Illinois Department of Public Health is very overwhelmed, and so their contact tracing can be slow. I don't want to ever put us in a situation where our contact tracing is slow. I want to know how to do it, even if the Illinois Department of Public Health doesn't love it that we're doing it, we need to do it because we need to know what it looks like so we can inform our families if there is a problem. So that's a step that we've taken in terms of health and safety. And my gosh, I recommend anyone to take that class. It's a really interesting one, and I learned a lot that's made me feel a little bit more confident about things. And it is scary. It is scary. I mean, I know we're looking at news, we're looking at local news, we're looking at camps. We're driving down the sidewalk and we're seeing parties of kids in the, I drive by field and I see kids playing basketball back there. And on the one hand, I'm like, yes, they're outside doing something healthy. I'm like, oh, but they're not wearing a mask and they're sharing it's so hard because on one hand, I'm so thrilled that kids are outside and they're interacting and playing and how great. And then I'm going, oh, but they're not wearing their masks. They're all huddled in one big mass. That's an outbreak I know what we can control in our schools, and that will still be difficult because they're kids and kids are not little robots that are programmed. I do know that if we have a really good behavior management plan and we have instruction and we spend time on routines, that it'll work for most kids because we've shown that. I know that teachers can normalize a lot of things that parents cannot normalize because teachers have that magic power that parents don't always have. It's a hard decision. It is. But what I can say to you is, I guess there's two decisions and then some sub decisions. The first decision is, are we starting with remote learning? And if so, the sub decision is it all year, or are we willing to follow the metrics for going in? Or two, are we going to adopt this plan and just essentially, are we going to adopt this plan? So are we e-learning all year, or are we going to adopt this and we'll go back to all person once we've hit green? And then I need an idea of what your timetable is. Do we want to make the decision right now for the first month of school, or can I report back in 2 weeks and tell you where we're at?
Couple thoughts. So I support proceeding in this fashion, taking a look at the matrix, and I don't think we need to make a decision today, 5 or so weeks before school starts, that we are not ready. I support this because it is the recommendation of ISB and IDPH that students be in school where possible. And I think we covered the where possible with the matrix. I do have a question on the matrix, and we don't have to answer it immediately, but specific to
There can be improvements, I know that.
but specific to education of students who are out ill or in quarantine. The matrix and the criteria that you and the administration laid out was that we need to be able to live stream for those students. And my question is, what other alternatives were chosen that we might be able to achieve easier? Because you've mentioned live streaming is challenging.
What I will say is I do think we're going to engage in some really good conversations about it, because I think ultimately that might end up being an easier solution once we actually sit down with staff. I know that that is the conversation and direction that our surrounding areas are doing, that we're not unique in that. And part of that package is recording. The reason I think it's a little bit easier, because if you have one kid gone, this actually puts the onus more on the child to come be part of their existing class, as opposed to having the teacher email a packet of work. I also don't want to just put kids who will be returning after a duration into a whole different class, because that's not fair to the teacher or students unless they're permanently going to be there. So that is our option that we want to do, because we are anticipating that there will be times that a student will find out that either they're not feeling well, but they're well enough, they normally would have been sent to school, but we're saying they have to stay home. So they're well enough to sit and be part of a live streaming class or watch the recordings of it, so they don't get far behind, because the school does have an obligation to educate kids. So if a kid is quarantined for 14 days, we have an obligation to educate the child. It is more onerous to us if we suddenly have to follow the homebound tutoring rules, where you only get 5 hours of instruction a week, not a day, 5 hours a week. It is better for us to say, you can keep up with your class. Here's the schedule. We'll get the work. And that's why we think it's better, because otherwise we're adding a whole layer of burden onto our staff, saying, now this kid is absent, you have to make them up. As opposed to, this kid is absent, but they're not, if they're really ill, if they are really sick and they can't do this, then then we default to what do we always do when kids are not feeling well, and that's normal, as opposed to, yeah, this kid is now at home for 14 days, but they are feeling just fine. We want them to be able to keep up and have an option that doesn't require them to have to transition to a whole new teacher in class. So I hope
So
that.
for those kids, Aaron, that have allergies or that might have a cold or a flu while we wait on a test, they're going to be so like that streaming will look kind of like this meeting, hybrid. Some people live, some people remote.
Yep, and we're actually testing out a system on Monday because this meeting will be a lot better once we have that equipment that we are ordering tests out and figuring it out, and we can do it. We have also, I know Nino has just been dynamite in finding these apps and technology solutions for us, and he's been working with Dave, looking at the options and talking to some of the other schools about what they're doing, and we think we found an option that we want to test out that is also something teachers could use if they're at home to expand their arena. So it's just not this space on a computer, but now they could do a demonstration on a table. Now, if they had a blackboard at home, they could write on the blackboard, and it actually opens up the opportunities for teaching, as opposed to I'm stuck here and it's really hard for me to show this math problem because now I have to do this weird math right. Now I can have this board here and I have more of a stage that I can do it. I will also tell you that a lot of teachers have asked me if we are remote learning, can I come into the building and just teach from my classroom, because then I have all my stuff. And unless the state says no one can come in, we would, of course, if teachers want to teach in their classroom remotely, we're totally fine with that. That's a safe option. It's fine. So I think what I'm trying to, do we have every single little detail worked out exactly? No, but we're trying to anticipate every eventuality of kids being absent, parents who need kids at home, parents who want kids at school, special education students, EL students. It's an all-consuming task, and we want to make sure we're meeting the needs of our kids. I think you're going to find a lot of individualization. I think some of your feedback that we had about e-learning is going to be a great conversation starter with some of our grades. Like, what is it that we need to modify to make this more accessible, and still meet those guidelines and still have those feedback. I mean, everything is still going to evolve, because if we find a better way to do it, we're going to do it. And we are constantly finding better ways to do it and looking for better ways to teach staff how to do it. And we're also, as I said, even in-person learning is going to look a lot like remote learning. And we're not hiding that from parents, that the expectation cannot be, if you return to this building, that it is a typical normal school day or year. Your kids will spend more time on transitions. They're going to be sitting at desks, and we'll just have to arrange for breaks, and they're going to be wearing masks. I mean, it's going to look different, but we also know that there are a lot of different needs out there. And honestly, we're trying to, and I think this is one of the things with schools, we're trying to be everything to everyone. And we think a lot of families need that right now, is trying to figure out, but we also will not open if it is not safe and we don't have all the safety protocols in place. I will not promise ever that we would open unless we had every safety protocol that we can think about, and we're trying to anticipate every eventuality. And if something comes up, I will tell people about it and say, we need to add something to our matrix because we didn't even think about this, because this is an all new scenario. I mean, there is not a guidebook. And the ISB guidebooks, they're changing every day, and they're often in conflict. ISB is in conflict with this, which is in conflict with this. I mean, the Illinois, the High School Athletics Association, didn't they just say, hey, we're just going to wait until ISB gives us guidelines because we're all in conflict. So we're trying to remain consistent with our governing body.
So Erin,
Mm-hmm.
I know we're doing a lot of communication with parents, and since, I agree with what Jeff said, I think the decision matrix brings a lot of clarity and mutual understanding with regards to what's driving our decisions. What is the thought right now, since we aren't there yet, understandably so, right? We need to look at potentially the temps, hiring temps, whether we proceed with that. Are there temp agencies that are education focused?
They have education divisions. I mean, I think I just got an email, but I can't read my email right now, that someone had an idea. I will be honest with you right now. I don't have the time or the luxury of setting up meetings with lots of temp agencies to find out the specifics behind theirs. We have done research before. This is the one, if we were to move forward last fall, this is the one we would have recommended based on our research at the time. They are a well-known, reputable division. We met with them in person a couple of times. We already got an estimate from them, and they have an education division that other districts are using, and we got some good reports from them.
Okay.
Are there not? There could be better. There could be equally as good ones out there. We also, I know Kathy met with one that was not good, and it was like, oh my gosh, night and day. But I have 5 weeks.
Okay.
And we are not cutting any corners in terms of safety or planning, but we cannot waste any time on doing extra work that's going to delay us, because I can't set up 4 meetings and spend the equivalent of, a couple days working on that when we could be working on something else.
No, I understand. That makes complete sense.
That's just me being completely transparent and honest.
Yeah. So, Erin,
Yes.
the last thing is, my question is, if we can't say now, what kind of timeline can we give to parents where we might, when they will know if we have met all of the criteria that we need to open? Like, what kind of a deadline do you feel like we need to give ourselves so that parents can plan?
That's a really good question, and that's where I'm hoping we can make that decision here. I want to give parents as much time. Right now, if you think about it, we're only in the middle of July right now. So to say that we are not opening school simply because, and making that decision today when we still know there's still time to work. Can I promise we'll get that whole sub matrix, something figured out? I can't. I can promise we're going to be working on it. And please, parents, if you want to sub, come call us, come talk to us, because it would be actually to our benefit to have parents from our community at this point and in this stage and where we are supporting us. What I would imagine is parents need at least 2 to 3 weeks to plan. I would want parents to know that our plan is to have in-person learning for 5 days, if it's safe. For the first, to start school, we want to give at least 2 weeks to 3 weeks notice, and we can look at that. And if we need to have preferably a shorter special board meeting where this is the only agenda item, to report on that matrix and say we're a go, or we want to be e-learning. But then I would want also a commitment, if we were to adopt this, that once we hit that green mark as we're reporting weekly, that we would transition back into e-learning then. I think that's what parents need to hear. I think parents I don't want to say no right now because it's July 16th. If it was August 1st, my answer might be a little different. We have a lot of work to do ahead of us. And I just got an email from the state confirming that the rumor that they're going to e-learning is fake. So this is from the state superintendent, that the possibility of Governor Pritzker announcing at a press conference tomorrow a return to fully remote learning for the fall. We have confirmed with the governor's office that the rumor is fake. At this time, there are no changes to the ISB and IDPH joint guidance for the fall. So
yeah, there was a leak. There was a conversation about it in the governor's, but there was a leak. So the conversation has turned into truth. I think that this board had put a meeting on the calendar based on the fact that in previous years, we had the meeting on the first day of school, which was very disruptive to parents. But I think, if we can't give a concrete timeline now, then we need to schedule a board meeting like 2 weeks out so that we can tell our community by what date there will know, and our teachers. And, like, I don't know that we can wait till, the week before school or what have you.
No,
I know that it's imperfect, but
a special board meeting. Now, I would still need you to approve this plan. So we know that we're working with this matrix, that it's not, that we will return to school at some point, because that helps define my staffing. I would probably recommend like the 3rd or 4th of August, because that will give me a couple of weeks to meet with teachers, hopefully get some information, get the student registration down so I have a better update. Are people able to do the 3rd or the 4th? And I would try to limit this to the only item as a special board meeting, just so.
I personally will chime in.
the 3rd works for me, but not the 4th.
Okay, 3rd. Does 3rd work? Thumbs up, thumbs down?
That's fine with me.
Okay, Daphne's a yes.
For the 3rd?
Yeah. Okay, Jeff's a yes.
Yeah.
Bob's a yes. Okay, it looks like we're good. So we'll do a special board meeting on the 3rd where I will present where we are. And in a minute when we vote, you can vote on this plan. It sounds like, that we can reopen if metrics are met.
At 7 p.m.
7 p.m.
Can we commit? I think there's so many things we're voting on. Can we pull them apart? But can we commit to our community that we will tell them what to expect after that meeting?
I would say yes. I mean, I think at that point, if we don't have it all as green or we're not comfortable, then we can say we are starting school with remote learning and we will reassess on this, and we will reassess at this date so people can build that timeline, because I want to do that. But as I said, I can't say we're reopening if we don't have the metrics met.
I'm happy to have a meeting. If we're all green on the 2nd of August, are we still meeting on the 3rd to say we're all green and we're going in person, or are we making that decision tonight that we're in person if the matrix tells us we're all green? That's what I'm confused.
That's essentially what it is that, but the 3rd would be an opportunity to publicly review the matrix, which I intend to make it clear. And if we're not, I think to set the officially, this is what we're doing to start the year. But, and we, just for continuity's sake, we intend for until after Labor Day, and then we're going to, we're going to see if 2 more weeks would get us there, but at least have that transition so we can work with the teachers.
Okay. Thank you.
So are we ready for the consent agenda?
I think so. So, may I have a motion to approve the open session minutes of the May 28th, 2020 regular meeting of the Board of Education? To approve the open session minutes of the June 25th, 2020 regular meeting of the Board of Education? To approve the closed session minutes of the June 25th, 2020 closed meeting of the Board of Education? To approve warrants for the first half of the month of June in the amount of $363,295.66. To approve warrants for the second half of the month of June in the amount of $108,982.96. To approve payroll for the second half of the month of June in the amount of $1,299,774.94. To approve personnel report, the personnel report as submitted, none. And to accept donations, which there are none. So may I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
On a roll call. Maria.
Aye.
Jeff.
Aye.
Bob.
Aye.
Laura.
Aye.
Daphne.
Aye.
Nancy.
Aye.
And Melissa says aye. So action items. May I have a motion to approve the adoption of the e-learning plan?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, I think we had a lot of discussion. So on a roll call, Maria,
Aye.
Jeff,
Aye.
Bob,
Aye.
Laura,
Hold on. I can't get this thing to work. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
yes, we can hear you.
Is this the plan or the framework?
This is the plan that we did in the hearing.
I'll abstain.
What's
Daphne,
Aye.
Nancy,
Aye.
Melissa, aye. May I have a motion to approve the adoption of the blended remote learning plan and school reopening
So
plan?
moved.
Second. Second.
On a roll call, Maria, Jeff,
Aye. Aye.
Bob, he froze, so
okay? Jeff said aye.
Bob,
Aye.
Laura,
Abstain.
Daphne,
Aye.
Nancy,
Aye.
aye. And now for the final action item is to approve the District 31 anti-racism.
Pause for 1 second there before we do that, because I don't want to get lost. Am I a thumbs up to approach the Kelly? Is that what I heard?
No,
I have,
No.
I have
no.
thumbs up.
I think you need to get, I think you need to get the 100% of the teachers before you do that.
So right now, if we're doing a, I don't know, Melissa, do you want to call a straw poll?
Sure, we can call a straw vote.
Okay.
So, Maria,
Aye.
Jeff,
Aye, I think we do the same thing in parallel.
I can't hear you, Bob. Jeff,
Sorry, I was hoping I said, I think we do the two things in parallel, so aye.
okay. Bob,
Bob?
he froze.
Oh,
We can't hear Melissa.
Hello?
There we go.
Okay. Bob,
Aye.
Laura,
Oh, Kelly is not a vendor I would approve for our district.
Daphne,
no, get the teachers first before going somewhere else.
Nancy,
Aye.
and I say, no, I'd like to wait, but it passes 4-3. So
Okay.
go ahead and contact Kelly.
Okay.
I will just say for the board members that are not familiar, Kelly Services is a temp agency, and I will go on the record as saying this. I have personal experience with them, and they did not have great diligence. They did not have great screening. We used them for customer service folks, and we had people that showed up with some pretty severe issues. I am not comfortable putting adults from Kelly in our building. Just I want to go on the record as saying that. I don't know how safe they will be.
Thank you. We will be very diligent.
Okay. So the anti-racism and equity statement. I have I guess I'll read the resolution so we went through a process where individual board members sent to Aaron their comments so that we could make sure that we didn't violate the Open Meetings Act. The challenge with this process is that we didn't get to have any discussion around what people wanted in and wanted out. I personally just have a few questions for my fellow board members And there are a few sentences that I don't understand why they were taken out. And we ended up with, it felt watered down in the first place. And now I would just like to ask my fellow board members why it is, we took out a sentence, and the board recognizes that educational institutions have a responsibility to address racism by supporting an evolving curriculum and by actively pursuing racial equity. That's one sentence I don't understand. For those board members who wanted that removed, I don't understand, like, there's nothing in our new statement that affirms our commitment to include it in the curriculum. Okay. And I guess, again, I'm confused as to why the board stands united with others in the pursuit of racial justice. Another sentence that was taken out. Okay. I'm not sure. I guess people don't want to discuss this.
It should be on.
Why not discuss it?
I don't understand why we're not including just a statement to include it in our curriculum, or some sort of, it's our proclamation. We're an educational institution. And we even took out, whereas we understand our values as an organization and will center those values on equity. We took out a statement about making our values center on equity. I'm just confused.
So Melissa, when I last commented on this to Erin, I was given the choice between two different statements. I was not given a choice of an individual sentence here or there to take out or put in. So I don't think I weighed in personally on each individual statement. The last thing that was proposed to the board was statement 1 or statement 2 as a whole. If we want to go and parse different statements, I think that's something that we can do as a board, but that's not how it was presented to us. We can't do.
But I appreciate that, Jeff. I do. And I spoke with Erin. I wasn't sure. We decided at the last board meeting that was the process we were going to follow. I think it was a good lesson for us to figure out if in the future we want to have, like, having 7 different editors going through Erin without any track changes. And, I apologize that it wasn't a good process. I just don't know, how to have this discussion. I don't want this meeting to go on much longer, but I guess I'm just at a loss. It's difficult. I don't want to not support an anti-racism resolution for our district, but I'm also struggling with the fact that somebody took out a statement that we would center our focus on equity. And I don't know who it is. We didn't track changes. And I would love for someone to help me to understand this.
Should we have that discussion in closed and then vote later?
It's not appropriate for closed.
Yeah.
Like, I will just say, and I have said to this board that I think the amount of vitriol that came from some members of our community because of my statements last month has been really impactful to my family. And for those of you that don't know, things were done to my house and my mailbox. And so I want to be very cautious, and whoever did those things, if you're listening, please bring my doorbell. I'd much respect you if you told me, and I don't think it's anybody related to our board, by the way, that early letter. I don't know what that's about, but what I do think is that this process where we try to move these uncomfortable conversations to closed is inappropriate. The other piece is, I think when we all give feedback through email, it hides, like if someone thinks that equity is a bad thing, which by the way, equity just means we want all kids to have the same education. It's the same reason I'm worried about people having tech or enough food at lunch. It doesn't take anything away. We got a letter, an anonymous letter, so the community knows, from a parent that felt that our focus on equity was unimportant right now and took away from her children somehow. Yet the truth is that our focus on equity just makes sure that no children get left behind during COVID. It should be front and center now more than anything. And so those statements, I don't know, Jeff, what the process was, or Melissa, but I know we got lots of versions. I sent something that was best practice from a diversity scholar and someone at ISB. So it's not like ISB isn't exactly progressive, right? And it was asked to be added, and whole sentences from that were removed that I don't understand. And so I don't think in the future we should have these conversations in anything other than open, just if for no other reason than to educate folks about why a statement might be divisive or not. Like if someone has a point of view that something is divisive, I want to understand. And, you know, I think that discussion can serve to elevate all of our understandings and our community's understanding. But like those statements, I don't know, Jeff, that it was just those last two versions we got. At least my understanding was that Erin had taken all the feedback she got and then highlighted specific sentences that specific board members wanted removed. And I think Melissa is asking for a discussion. I think both versions are too watered down, for the record. But at this point, we should approve one. But the green statements were the last sticking point, and I think she's asking who wanted them removed. So we can talk about it.
Okay, well, I guess at this point, nobody wants to discuss this, which is fine. So I guess I will read the anti-racism resolution for West Northfield School District 31. Whereas the West Northfield School District 31 Board of Education and Administration is deeply saddened by the senseless and tragic deaths throughout our nation that have resulted from racism. And whereas the board is expressly opposed to racial discrimination and is committed to promoting an environment where racial discrimination does not affect students' well-being, and has previously recognized that any form of racial discrimination or harassment can be devastating to an individual's academic progress, social relationship, and/or personal sense of self-worth. And the board is committed to its policy of not tolerating racial discrimination or harassment. And whereas the board is committed to ensuring equal educational opportunities available to all students without regard to race, and is committed to providing an inclusive, respectful, and supportive learning environment in which racial diversity is valued. And whereas the board is committed to a culture of continuous improvement, which drives the fulfillment of our mission to provide an educational program that maximizes the intellectual, physical, social, and emotional development of each child in a safe and nurturing environment. Whereas we commit to sharing our plans and progress with our community and receiving and incorporating feedback as the process continues. Whereas we will set out actionable goals, measure our progress toward those goals, and share that progress with our community. Whereas we recognize that everyone has a story and we will not deny their lived experiences.
That is different than the resolution that is here.
I just have this and it says motion. Aaron, do you want to read the one that's there then? Or from that point on, so we don't have to reread it?
Remind it.
All right, I've got. Sorry, the one that was
Aaron,
emailed.
if you were talking, I heard nothing.
No.
No, I can't hear.
I didn't hear anything that was said if you were talking.
So you did not hear
No.
that? Okay, I will go back to that part.
I suggest, because of the differences, that we read the resolution that is presented in the board packet and that you read it, Aaron.
Okay. So let me read the whole resolution that's in the board packet. And everyone hear? This is the one. Okay. Whereas, I'm getting really good at reading stuff out loud in this board meeting. Whereas the West Northfield School District 31 Board of Education and Administration is deeply saddened by the senseless and tragic deaths throughout our nation that have resulted from racism. And whereas the board is expressly opposed to racial discrimination and is committed to promoting an environment where racial discrimination does not affect students' well-being, and has previously recognized that any form of racial discrimination or harassment can be devastating to an individual's academic progress, social relationship, and or personal sense of self-worth. And the board is committed to its policy of not tolerating racial discrimination or harassment. And whereas the board is committed to ensuring equal educational opportunities available to all students without regard to race, and is committed to providing an inclusive, respectful, and supportive learning environment in which racial diversity is valued. And whereas the board is committed to a culture of continuous improvement, which drives the fulfillment of our mission to provide an educational program that maximizes the intellectual, physical, social, and emotional development of each child in a safe and nurturing environment. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Board of Education of West Northfield School District 31 that the board recognizes that racism affects our entire society, and the board condemns racism and reiterates its rejection of racist and other hateful behavior and language. Be it further resolved that the board will continue to progress as an equity-oriented school district by continuing to identify actions to further enhance diversity and ensure anti-racism in education, and that school leadership shall identify objectives through the 2020-2021 equity audit to further advance equity and report outcomes to the board.
Thank you, Aaron. So, may I have a motion to approve?
So moved. So moved.
Second.
Maria,
Aye.
Jeff,
Aye.
Bob,
Aye.
Laura.
I will approve it with just the comment that the sentence that's missing, there's a couple, but one of them is about we acknowledge that everyone has a story and that we commit to hearing it and not denying it, I think was an important line that was removed, but I'll approve it so we get something. Aye.
Daphne. Daphne, you're on mute.
But I would have liked to have heard the reasoning behind removing those sentences from whoever asked for them to be removed.
Nancy?
Aye.
Aye. All right, it is approved. We will move on to information and discussion items. Administrative reports, I think we've had a lot of those tonight. So Kathy, Gloria, monthly budget reports, key card summary sheets, and facilities update.
Let's see. I guess I have to go on here.
Okay, so I could give you a very short version or just go really fast through the version I put together. So,
Probably the short version.
oh, sure. Okay. Okay, so basically, last month was only a few weeks ago, and not a whole lot has changed, but I updated the cash flow. I've updated the projections, and I will just say that not a lot has changed since the last time we spoke. I think all the reports were in the board packet. I'm just not sure where they're at. I'm not seeing it as a link at all.
So I didn't have that link. So
Okay. If it,
they were in the
yeah, okay. So anyway, so I was going to say really, we talked about last month we'd be a little over in the ad fund for expenses, which we were, but so little it was under 1%. I guess this time the rest of the information is pretty straightforward, but I just did want to explain the bar chart in the back. It was the last report. And if you start in July and follow the yellow and dark blue bars, it reflects a steady increase throughout the year, which is typical. Those are actually, I might pull that one up just so I could see what I'm talking about. Oh wait, I've got it. Sorry about that. Okay, so those are the expenses, and the expenses just happen pretty gradually over the year. Up until March, the year's expenses were tracking less percentage-wise, and then in March, however, we saw a sudden increase in expenses, which carried forward until the end of the year. And this was basically due to the abatement as it was flowed through operations and maintenance. And how that differs from the receipts is we usually have 2 periods that we get our tax receipts. And so you'll see 2 spikes throughout the year. So I just wanted to mention that is there. In March, though, we did that abatement of $1 million at the same time that we got property tax receipts. So it looks a tiny bit different than normally, but that was the month we got our largest receipts for the spring. So as you can see, it's it peaked earlier and a little higher, but again with this, I'm sorry, I've lost track where it was. Sorry. This year we did have that larger refund that I've talked about a few times and numerous smaller ones. And that's why there's a difference in the revenue budget from last year. We will not get to the 98% or 99% that we usually get to, but it was due to those reasons. Also, I just wanted to mention that when I updated the projections with June being final, the outcome was similar to last month. And we still end up with an operating fund balance in 2025 of about 46%, and that could drop to 35% by 2026. This is based on the actual numbers of what has expired this year. This is not based on a new budget for next year, and that has not been done yet. And so these projections will change after the budget is done, which I would be bringing to you at the August meeting for the tentative budget review. So as far as that goes, that'll be somewhat interesting in budgeting. I'm going to try and budget as normally as possible because we have so many unknowns at this point in the year. But anyway, so what I talked about last month was pretty much the same. And then for the facilities update, I'll just move to that. Again, this is pretty much the same as what I talked about last month. I'll just re-summarize. For the field at field, the work involves the bearing of pipes, the filling of the ruts that were caused by some equipment. And none of that will happen until we're ready to seed or sod. So that'll happen just before that. And they're also going to remove some rocks. And we will attempt to seed again in the fall. We will not do it until the hot weather is over. This is the second hottest summer in recorded time, from what I'm understanding. And so putting anything down right now is not going to help. There is some sod at Winkleman in the little islands and along the sidewalk, the new sidewalk. And that was doing well for a while, but even that sod went. So we'll have to address that again in the fall. So again, we're going to give the field a little more attention, but we really couldn't help it with the weather and the rain. And then overall, there's just a few minor things left to do. The one being the striping on landwear, which again, they'll get that done before school.
Water,
We don't have hoses that reach that far.
Right.
Well, if you got a lot of rain, that's what you want. And
Can you use the microphone if you're talking?
We could personally, especially at field, we do not have the capacity at all for us to water. We would have to have someone come out.
Nancy, we can't hear you.
Like in the smaller areas, like, in the park.
Along the sidewalk and stuff.
There, like, I mean, you can't show the rest of it, the big grass patches, but.
We cannot hear Nancy.
Sorry.
Nancy, use the microphone.
Yeah.
Hear anything?
We don't really have the capability to do that. We have had conversations with the architect and the contractor as well, especially for here, that we could actually work with maybe the village, that they could come out and put something out in the middle and they would charge us usage of water. So that's something we're considering after they do it the next time. That was the short version.
Nancy, you need to use a microphone.
Nancy, we're going to get Nancy mic'd up. We're going to get her a mic.
Nothing.
So she asked if we could, if there was a way to water the grass in the Winkleman area, if the sod is dying, or even if there's fake grass that you could use. And the answer is that's not real. And for small areas, it's not really realistically possible.
Probably get artificial grass.
We'll get some AstroTurf. That would solve a lot of things. Okay. Okay. I think it's board report time.
Okay, so am I still, all right. Nothing from the Northfield Township Board Presidents. Daphne, Glenview Plan Commission.
Nothing, but I don't know if you guys saw that all those trees go down across from Plaza del Prado this week.
Yeah. So, Ed Red. Laura, nothing. Nancy, Education Foundation and Parent Teacher Organization.
Yes. Education Foundation is still just working on a donation for PPE with administration, and additional details will be coming. For PTO, sorry, I'm just pulling it up. A couple of points reporting on the PTO board this week. The PTO is proud to be able to sponsor $15,000 to cover school supplies for all students K through 8, and they're exploring new ways to welcome in the new school year, engage the community with COVID-friendly programming, and move to a favorite event to the virtual space. That's all I got.
And I just want to I really want to say thank you to both our parent organizations. The PTO providing school supplies, so all of our students have individual kits, which is going to be so important. That is helping us so much, and making sure every student has what they need, both for in-person and remote. So thank you to the PTO, and thank you to the Ed Foundation that is sponsoring some additional masks and shields and stuff for our staff, and also some extra masks for students who might need it. I never thought I'd be thanking people for face masks, but I am so appreciative, and even some options for teachers. So I think if you have to wear it, they're doing a lot to help support our students and staff. So I know it's running late, but I did want to make sure we thank both of our parent organizations, because we may be remote, but they are very active and they are both committed to supporting our staff and students. Okay. Oh, Melissa, you're muted.
Bob, Northbrook Economic
Yes,
Development Committee.
there was a Northbrook Economic Committee meeting, development committee meeting on July 7th. Kathy attended as well as I. The village president particularly wanted to hear from the schools what the plan was for opening schools, and District 225 went first, and pointed out that they sought out responses, surveys. The survey results came back 85% of the students were going to be returning. They're planning on trying to make things as safe as possible. The expenses, I believe they said, is an increase of about $1,500 per student. Now that's with all the PPE and everything else. The District 30 representative said that oh, by the way, the high school said they were having a plan that's going to be presented at the end of July. District 30 said that they have a plan that's going to be out tomorrow, July 17th. They will bring back students as we can, he said, with a focus on continuity of instruction. They're focusing on their younger kids. And they might have a hybrid where they have kids in school every other day. Extra custodians, Zoom cost contingencies, and they're using their fund balances to pay for that. They did say that if anything, they'll have higher enrollment numbers because people are moving to their district. Kathy, you want to make the comments that you made at the meeting?
As Bob said.
We'll be demoing the live streaming software.
Oops. Okay. They really were interested in hearing from the districts and the library and the other people that were there, and a lot of the other districts really didn't mention a concern about the revenue impacts with the COVID, and so I basically talked about that, and just everyone shared a little bit of what their plan was trying to move forward. It's a challenge for everyone. So oops.
Everyone's plan is different. I think that's what everyone's trying to everyone's trying to get back in. But I think there is a very different plan for every district in the area based on their building needs, based on their staffing. Because everyone is working on learning, but they're also working. You're finding some districts are going to bring everyone back. Some are looking at the hybrid version, and some are looking at hybrid, but certain grades come back every day. But I don't want to speak about theirs until they, other than what they shared at this meeting, until they get a chance to present to their board, because that's not my job to release their plan to the community. So.
Okay, thanks, Bob and Kathy. Jeff, no stakeholder.
Nothing to report.
And Maria.
Nothing.
Okay.
If anyone wants to attend the special NSSCD board meeting, it's on Monday. It's an hour. It's virtual. Let me know. So that's a change. They don't normally have a July one, but they are doing a 6 to 7 o'clock on Monday, I believe. Anyone
All right, well, can anyone attend? It's Monday, the
This
20th?
coming Monday, yeah.
The 20th.
Is there anyone available to attend? Okay, I think we're gonna have to figure out, we do, like, our representation for NSSED, we've talked about this, this is actually an important board for us to have representation on. And I think maybe at our next meeting or soon, we need to have a conversation about who's going to take this over or how we're going to manage this so that we have the representation. So now tonight is not the time, it's too late, but it's a discussion we need to have. All right, so student enrollment. Oh, Bob, we can't hear you.
The meeting is,
Monday from 6 to 7, virtual.
I'll do it.
I'll do it. Oh, I was gonna say, do we need two people or one?
So I'll say, if you want to talk, you can let me know. I will also still be there because I am now the representative for Northfield Township for this year. But I cannot vote on behalf of our board. I can only represent the township. I think the next student enrollment, I forwarded you guys student enrollment numbers. Once again, we're not dividing kids into sections yet. We have 691 submitted registration so far, and we have 136 that have not been started only. 51 are on hold, so there's something that they need to do to turn in. And 11 are started and just not finished. So right now, I would say we're at about 753 registrations as of yesterday, which is not bad. And now we'll begin the next step of the process.
Okay, thank you. Freedom of Information Act requests. Smart Procure quarterly request of vendor addresses and payments.
Yeah, that's a normal one we always have.
Okay.
That's a quarterly request.
Okay. And discussion items, policy first reads.
I went through and looked at every policy the Illinois Association of School Boards recommended we update due to the COVID. I think there's one thing that was related to student behavior that was something other that the issues that we've had with restraint, that there were some policy updates. So I put that one in there just so we could get it done before the school year or as close to the school year as possible. But these are all required. There is nothing, this is all required language that needs to be updated. And if you have any questions, let me know. They'll be on the next board meeting as a final read. Since we are planning to have a special board meeting, I may have that as an action item just so they can be in place for the start of the year as opposed to a week later, just so we're good to go. But if you have any questions, let me know. Yes.
For the change to policy 2220, which is the school board meeting procedures, if we're going to be approving this policy anyways, I'd like to revisit the phrasing that's, of course, recommended here from Prez, but that talks about, in the second paragraph, items submitted by board members to the superintendent or the president shall be placed on the agenda for an upcoming meeting. I believe we should take action to clarify what upcoming meeting means, because I think it's important for us as a board to make sure we know what that means. My suggestion, and I'm not writing it right now, but my suggestion to the group would be within as soon as possible, no later than the third meeting after the request. That would be my suggestion.
Any feedback on that?
Do we have any idea like what's typical? How other boards manage this? I don't know.
I don't know. I have had a conversation with other superintendents, but I could find that out and see if I can and kind of put out some language. Even on the day of, we could switch that up too, based on so we can have a discussion about it. I can find out what the process is for other districts.
Okay. Thank you, Erin. And then confirm the IASB board training.
Okay. Are we ready? Are we done? Okay. Okay.
So, Erin, I believe that you communicated about the training dates.
So the dates that were given, I could not get all 7 board meetings on any of those dates. I reached out to Dee and asked if she had a colleague that could do it in her stead, and I was not able to get dates from the colleague. So I've asked her for some additional dates so we can get that on, that I can throw back out. We're having a trouble getting everyone on. So,
okay.
And they will not do it unless I have 7 people.
Sorry, question. When was the last time she gave us dates?
What?
When was the last time she gave us dates?
It was about 2 weeks ago, I think. And then I reached out and I was trying to find colleague dates during the same period of time. And then I just heard back from her 2 days ago that the colleague couldn't do it. So now I'm looking for other dates. So I will get information out.
And would it help if we did like blanking on what the app is called, where we can all just go in and mark with a doodle? Yeah.
I would say probably not because, well, I think yes, once I have dates, I can do that, but not for you guys to give me dates that you could do that I could give to her because her dates are far more limited and she has to travel because she doesn't necessarily live in the area. So she has more limitations.
Can anybody else do the training?
The requirement is it can only be the Illinois Association of School Board. There is no one else that meets the requirement for that training. It can only be them. And as I said, I had her reach out to her colleague because they're find a different region, and that wasn't the colleague could not make the time during the time frame. So, so I have been following up on that.
I'm trying to recall, there was a number of dates.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody could agree on on at least 7 dates, I think, that were presented.
I did not have agreement on those dates. I could not get a date, and I followed up with Dee and said, can we do majority? And the answer was no. It had to be all 7 people committed to being on site.
Can we do a doodle on the dates she gave us?
Yes, I will next time send out a doodle.
No, can we do it on the dates that she's already given us?
Yeah, I mean, I could do that.
Why don't we do that?
Okay.
'Cause I'm available 24/7 on any day.
Okay.
As am I.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't know what the process is, but if the ISB representative is being so restrictive, we may, ISB, not ISB, sorry. We may have to escalate it because this board needs to have the self-evaluation. We've talked about it. We were told in May that we would be getting it scheduled. Here we are nearly 2 months later. And if the problem is with the IASB representative, then we need to do something about it because this board needs the self-evaluation.
I will say,
I will just add really
for us to look at. And now, you know, so then they hold those dates for us and then I have them release it and then I go ask for more dates. So I do not want to put any fault on the Illinois Association of School Boards. She has been very responsive to me. I mean, at times she's been out of town and it's been summer and different things like that. But I will ask for more dates and what she can do.
And again, I request that we have a doodle on the existing dates that she's already given us.
So I just want to really quick, just to call it, the acceleration and interest around the self-evaluation came about and got hotter when we were having the conversations around equity and race. And I think, you know, it is a concept of fragility and privilege that people react poorly when those conversations come up. And very often it's like, hey, we need process so that I'm not made to feel uncomfortable. And a lot of those, so my request of Erin was, I am happy to do a self-evaluation. And Melissa, if it is in open session, because I think the community deserves to hear that. And if we either go through fragility and privilege training before so that folks know. I know there's a board member who made some statements about not believing in these things. So if not, then I would like a person of color who is educated in fragility to facilitate it, because very often majority white groups use rules and regulations to stifle voices fighting for equity, which is what this feels like to me. And, you know, and trying to force things. I agree. I don't think our board is running great, but I don't know that the desired outcome for the folks pushing this is necessarily as benign as it seems. So I'm happy to participate, but the colleague Erin is trying to get is a colleague that understands some of these issues, because I think we have board members that don't realize the inherent privilege they bring to interactions with the people of color on the board. With myself as a woman, I think there's, you know, I tracked for several meetings how often the women got interrupted versus the guys on the board. I just think we need someone that knows how to facilitate that and that has, you know, agility with it. I won't participate in something that is designed to silence those voices. So my request of hers was that someone that has experience with this from the ISB facilitate, or I will choose not to participate unless it is 100% in live. And that is the directive she has for me. So just to be clear, I am willing to stand and voice when I have what might be perceived as an unpopular opinion and own it to the community. And what I'm owning is I will not necessarily be silenced by process that happens in closed session. I will follow the rules of closed session for that if it is someone that I believe understands these concepts, because there are people on this board that do not. And so, you know, and I know, Bob, you're uncomfortable. I know, Jeff, you're uncomfortable. I know, Nancy, you're uncomfortable, but that's what it is. I'm sorry.
Excuse me. I am not uncomfortable with anything. We decided on doing an evaluation because Jeff had proposed to have some board norms, and we were told that it has to be in closed session. That was back in May. That was before any anti-racism resolution was ever presented.
Right,
So,
Bob,
I take
if we want to be
objection.
honest,
I
you
objection to
followed
any
up.
statement that you made that I'm uncomfortable, because I'm not uncomfortable.
Okay, I am not attacking
I'm
you,
only
Bob. I
asking
made
for
a
us to
statement.
have a
You're
board
yelling at
evaluation
me.
meeting for board
Bob, you're
norms.
yelling. Bob, you're yelling. I didn't yell. What I'm saying is, it is my understanding that after that meeting, Melissa got several requests to expedite that training. And that is what I am saying. I understand that that meeting was not ideal. It wasn't for me either. And I guarantee all of you that the price that I have paid in the last month is much higher than what you have paid. And so I'm not accusing you of anything. I understand that that meeting didn't feel great, but I've been nothing but appropriate and professional. I'm not yelling, but you're yelling. And it's not okay, right? And all I asked for is someone that will facilitate it appropriately. That's all.
So if I may make a few comments, Erin. First of all, Laura, I don't think it's appropriate for you to say how I'm feeling. I am very comfortable having that conversation in open session. The president of this board in May, when I requested a conversation about remote board norms for remote meetings, of which a majority of the board had told our superintendent they supported, has denied the request and has subsequently denied the request 2 other times because we need to do this board self-eval in a closed session. That is why I've been trying to accelerate it. Further, I had a conversation with Melissa in November at the III conference about the need for a board self-evaluation. The need for a board self-evaluation did not come about over the course of the last 2 months in the conversations we've had. It came about far earlier than that. And no, I'm not uncomfortable doing it in open session. I'm very happy doing it in open session.
And I just want to share, I'm not I'm not discounting anything that anybody's saying. But I do know if we went back as early as I had even started on the board, I do recall having gone to an NSSED meeting, and I brought back a report about how lots of districts have done this. And I thought if we want to look into it, it might be a nice idea. And I think that may have been around the time of October, November. I'm not sure. And I think it was the same meeting or maybe a couple meetings later where I just shared that the feedback I've received about these meetings is if we're going to have them, we need to just kind of isolate why what we're going to work on, right? So I know these conversations started way back. In my mind, yeah, things have happened in the past few months that really make me feel as though we should accelerate this, if nothing else, than to just kind of talk about the way we operate as a board. So that's all I wanted to share.
And Maria, I agree with you. I think we need it. I think I'd love to not be interrupted. I'd love to not have board members talk over our board president when she's following rules of order. I would love those things. And my only request was that it be someone that is familiar with some of the issues we're dealing with. And I will say, you guys are right. It did start in October, November, and I am 100% on board, and I think we need it. But Jeff, this started with you trying to force a list of rules on a board without like any discussion on the board, and it got accelerated after last month, and that's fine. And it doesn't, and I get what you're trying to accomplish, and I'm not saying no. I'm just saying I would like it to be someone that understands the inherent themes we have on this board, and I think that's a reasonable request.
So,
ISB has those people, and that's who should facilitate this.
to set the record straight, I was not trying to force anything. I was trying to have a board of 7 elected members discuss a list. Yes, I started the list. I proposed the list. But it was a discussion that I had requested. That was in May. So I was not trying to force anything. And it's my understanding a majority of this board actually was in support of this.
And I guess I don't want this to devolve. This is part of the reason why we need this. I will say, it's difficult to sit here and not defend myself. I will say one thing, Jeff, you and I, when we have spoken about having a board self-evaluation, we specifically talked about needing to discuss board norms during that self-evaluation. So it was very clear to both of us that that is a topic that we would discuss in a board self-evaluation. Those are primarily done in closed. If the rest of the board wants to do it in open, let's do that. My intent has always been that we have this self-evaluation to promote a more functional, high-performing board. We're not there. There is not a single one of us that believes that we are. However, at this point, I don't want to continue with this conversation. This is not healthy. And we will work with Aaron. We can have, we'll get some dates. If it's something that the majority of the board wants to have an open, I will support that.
I agree with you, Melissa, but I want it to be also known that just because the dates don't work for everybody, people shouldn't get angry about it. Not everyone is available 24/7.
Thanks.
Guys, let's be clear. I understand, and Laura, thank you for voicing your feelings on this, because it doesn't seem like it's as much of a date issue as it is a facilitation topic. And I think, if that's the way we can get 7 people together, I think we should just ISB and see if we can meet those facilitation needs. I don't know enough specifics about whether that's possible.
I have done that because it was my goal to get this together. that cannot happen this fall. So right now, our who is our representative, is the option we have for this fall.
Okay.
Or the other option is all 7 of us agree to do an open. Is that what I'm understanding?
That's what I'm hearing. Or do it.
I think if the 7 of us were willing to go.
Oh, Laura, we lost you. Laura, you're on mute. Oh.
I think if all 7 of us were willing to go through bias and privilege and fertility training where it was identified why it is so difficult to have some conversations. First, I think, I mean, honestly, the outcome will not be great. It will, if it is not facilitated smartly, given some of the dynamics. And I think if we don't understand, we should go through that training anyway as a board. So we're making the right choices. But they do have that facilitator. That facilitator just was not available in fall. They have the appropriate facilitator.
Okay, so what are our options right now? What do we want to pursue? We need to figure out, do we want, so Laura, am I hearing you? So what I'm hearing, Laura, you saying is that in order to do it with D, you would prefer then that we have go through training first and then have the meeting with D, the self-evaluation, or we wait for a different facilitator that is already experienced in managing this type of dynamic. Those are 2 options? Is there a third? I just want to be sure that we're all clear on this.
I think my preference would be to have a facilitator that has experience. I think these are multi-layered. What we're talking about, I think Maria makes an excellent point. There's process things like how we handle agenda, how we do call to order. But I also think there are so many behaviors that are present on the board that the individuals are not ill-intended, they are unaware. And that needs to be addressed as well. And I think it goes to board norms. And an experienced facilitator will be able to dialogue through that. And a facilitator that is not, and you know this, Melissa, because you do facilitation, will feel fragile themselves and shut it down. So I think I would rather someone experienced so we get to a good outcome. Otherwise, it's not a good use of time. If we're going to meet and brainstorm, I'd rather we do strategy or we do something that's effective versus something that's window dressing, right?
Okay, so Erin, the facilitator did not, how far out was that facilitator unable to give us dates?
I am not sure if we'll be able to get the facilitator here at all. The region and I'm not, I explained what we were looking for and I didn't talk to them, but they were unwilling to commit to this fall or to the district right now. So I don't know how far we're looking out or what's going on, but right now we're looking at having to use our own regional one, and that is our only option short term. I can continue to work and see if we can get a longer term commitment from another person, and I have not met this person. I know this person works with D. They're both on the equity task force or leadership for the IASA. But I cannot say when this person would be able to come in.
I just think let's get it scheduled whenever we can get it scheduled. At this point, it's going to happen when it happens. My other thought is I don't think this needs to be or should be a one-time thing. And since it's so hard to schedule these, my suggestion might be to schedule them maybe 3 a year so we have them planned and we can calendar for them. Because this is going to be a process. We're barely going to get through the weeds in 2 hours. We're kidding ourselves. So that's my thought.
I agree with Maria. I think that's a great idea. So
I agree.
why don't we start then, Erin?
we'll finish this up so that we can move on with the meeting and go into closed. It's late. So we'll get back to the board with these dates. Recognition of the audience, Erin?
Oh, we have some. First one. Dear board members, I wanted to take this opportunity to express my appreciation of our district's administrative team and volunteer advisory groups for their work on drafting a school reentry plan and support the return to a 5-day in-person with an alternate option of eSchool virtual academy format they are proposing. I know there are some members of the community having anxiety and uncertainty about reentry proposal. I work in healthcare, so I've been working with coronavirus since March 2020. In the past 4 months, there have been a lot of evolution of recommendations, and I think that essential workers have gotten pretty good at adapting to keep themselves and their loved ones safe. I think a component of why non-essential families may be anxious is that they have been doing what they've been told to do, distancing and isolating to help everyone, to help keep everyone safe. And now returning to school is telling them to intentionally increase their risk and exposure, which is understandably nerve-wracking. Unfortunately, coronavirus is not going to go away in a matter of months. Historically, I'm not aware of any effective vaccine that was created in a matter of months, and our students can't wait longer and hope for either of these to happen to get back to in-person learning. When coronavirus started picking up in March, my healthcare peers and I had our own concerns about dealing with the unclear risks, but with more experience adapting and practicing our trade during the times of coronavirus, we have developed a confidence and comfort without becoming careless or complacent. We as adults manage to learn some new habits and behaviors. Children are even quicker and more resilient in this aspect. Other parents may have had more success, but despite my husband working from home and my shift work allowing me to often be at home to help with my children's learning and log in every single day, it wasn't the same. We couldn't enlighten and engage them in the same way that a trained and experienced teacher could in a classroom of peers who my children are learned from and with. My kids are only 6 years old and 8 years old, but even when I asked if they would prefer at school with friends, but distance with mask versus at home on the tablet with each other, but no mask or distance needed, it was allowed school with masks is fine. In fact, the fact that they had also been so happy and doing well with masking and distancing with some of their extracurriculars starting back up recently has further cemented our support of them going back to school in person. Coronavirus stinks and there is no perfection option. Re-entry to school will be a very personal decision for every family between non-ideal choices, and especially frustrating to have limited and constantly changing information with which to make such a tough decision. I also want to thank the district administrative team and advisory groups for dealing with the difficult task of drafting a sound re-entry plan that will nurture and protect our students and community. Sincerely, Cindy Chan. Next one is anonymous. What about redeploying the specialist teachers to English and math? Why won't the superintendent listen to our board? Why won't we realize the reality that we need to create new answers? Just more of the same won't work. Next one is anonymous. How do these parents know Dr. Murphy has a good plan when she just said she hasn't even started planning it until the frameworks are set? I get people want babysitting, but this is insane.
You read all these here.
Is that one did I read?
Yeah.
Okay. To the parent who said that the meeting wasn't about who was racist and who wasn't, as a brown person in your district, I think it matters, and thinking it doesn't matter is racist and of itself. To the parent who wrote that anonymously, you are a racist. Perhaps stop and think about why you don't think it's important. Anonymous, if you need every single moment to plan, don't teachers. I'm a teacher. I don't want to go back. I want to stay home. I am concerned that those who have children, this is from Michelle Lee. I am concerned that those who have children or family members who are immunosuppressed and need to stay home and have to do e-learning are being marginalized. This plan is not equitable, especially stating that you would combine grades. Isn't that against the Americans with Disabilities Act? Anonymous, the board member, we can't hear Nancy. The board member, Nancy, can't even wear her mask right. You want our kids to wear them? Come on. Next one is anonymous. Comment, this may be too late and after your vote. Please don't wait 2 weeks or more to decide. It is clear Dr. Murphy needs decisions made to even plan. Even though I would like to see remote, I would much prefer you to make a remote only or even a hybrid solution for 1 to 2 months and delay the full year decision. The longer we wait to make a decision, the harder this will be on administration, teachers, and ultimately the less complete and ready the results will be for our kids. This is not fair to them. Also, 2 HR-related considerations. Family First Coronavirus Response Act provides paid leave for parents whose child school is closed. This leave expires in December. While this law only applies to employers with between 50 and 500 employees, the option may alleviate some of the working parent struggles if schools are closed. That said, it will not apply if parents are solely given the choice and choose to keep their kids at home due to fear. Just one more thing to consider in terms of all remote and giving parents a choice. 2, as a recruiter HR person, I have pretty negative experiences with temp agencies, unfortunately. Temp agencies aren't committed to one employer, and the market is already going to be difficult, so they will have the same struggles as you would have, and staffing is going to be an issue all year. As I listen, some of this is resource related of our current staff. Consider if you're willing to spend the money on Kelly, allocate instead to spend it on temporary staff member whose only job is to hire a temp pool open, train them, and work with principals on how staff is allocated. This is from Jean Park from Glenview, a former student, and said Acorn Initiative. Shame on the board. Some of you are clearly bigoted and aren't willing to show it. I heard a board member who said she didn't believe in anti-racism or that racism exists, and that was being shoved down their throats. If that person doesn't want to admit they're a racist, or even worse, sad. Shame on you who want to hide. Shame. This is from Brad Greenberg in Northbrook. Watching this live at 10:39 p.m. Discussion of anti-racism statement. President Valentinus is seeking feedback about why certain statements were included. Why are board members not accountable to the edits they suggested? As a resident, parent, and voter, I'd like to know who has what opinion. Yes, my wife is on the board, but my opinion is my own, and I want to know who thinks what. Why do board members not want their opinions known? You're all public officials. Please stand up and speak what you believe. From Maria Khan. It is a terrible shame and embarrassing that those who specifically requested for certain statements addressing anti-racist curriculum, values centered on equity, and acknowledging that everyone has a story in regards to the board's adoption on an anti-racism statement, to have taken a ridiculously long time to respond, albeit not at all. The solution to our issues is not to hide behind closed doors and conversations that exclude your public. How do you expect your students, your children to engage in uncomfortable conversations if you're not willing to model it yourselves? You have an adult, Nancy Hammer, who can't wear a mask or use technology. You want kids to do it? From Maria Khan. As a white man on the board, there is so much privilege you have in screaming at another person. By many on the call, you will most likely be noted as defending yourself. However, if you were black or brown man, by many, you would be written off as angry and scary. And that is all I have.
Okay, thank you, Erin. I want to make a comment about, we've got to figure out, I appreciate the public watching and commenting. I do not appreciate attacking our fellow board members and parents. And not only that, but hiding behind anonymity to do that. If you are going to call someone out, please have the courage then to say who you are, because if you don't want anyone to know who you are, maybe think twice about what you're saying. And I only say that because, again, these are all volunteers, right? All of your board members are volunteers who are giving their time, not just on these evenings when we're sitting at board meetings that last hours, because we're having important discussions tonight. These are parents who give their time throughout the month, throughout the year. And Erin, I really would like to look at how do we address, this is a different kind of forum, it is remote, but I'm not comfortable. It's not acceptable.
Sorry, if I may, Melissa, thank you for that. And I'm going to propose that at our next meeting, the board revisit board policy 2019, which is public participation at board meetings. And we should talk about whether or not we believe there should be anonymous posts from the public participation. If it was in person, our current policy states identify oneself.
Yes, and I understand, like, there's a lot of heated emotion, but I have to stand here as much as we struggle as a board and we don't always agree, I still respect these people that I work with. And I will not allow, we have got to figure out how we can address this better in the future, because board members should not be should not be addressed in that way. It was disrespectful. So.
And I would say the same for letters, right? Like, I think there's been, and I don't think the public is aware of the number of anonymous letters that we have gotten attacking every side. I mean, I don't think it matters. Some have named my children that the board has read. I think parents should not be able to send letters to Erin and ask her not to tell the board who wrote it. I think if the feedback's going to be given, it needs to have a name on it. That's why when you speak in live, you have to state your name and address or whatever. I do think that, as much as these are uncomfortable topics, we need to give people the ability. And I think sometimes you have folks that are afraid of making somebody mad that they're friends with or whatever. And we may get less comments, which would be unfortunate. So I think we do need some way for people to submit comments. I just don't know that they all need to be read. Maybe it's a policy that if someone's named, it's not read, or I don't know what the answer is, but I would say the same for the letters we have received, because I don't think the community is aware of how stressful it is to get an avalanche of anonymous letters that are usually pretty hurtful. So.
All right. Well, let's figure this out, because again, I don't want to stifle comments. We welcome them and appreciate them. We have been trying to encourage people to participate, which is why we all agreed to continue live streaming even into the future. We are pushing transparency, but it doesn't mean that we should allow others to be disrespectful. And
and tonight that live streaming isn't perfect, and that's why I didn't have a computer. So people need to have all the facts before they make comments as well. They don't know what's going on when we're all here and we took the time to come here. So I just wanted to say that.
All right, so we'll figure this out, but may I have a motion to go into closed session?
So moved.
Second. All right, on a roll call. Jackie.
Aye.
Maria.
Aye.
Laura.
Aye.
Jeff.
Aye.
Bob.
Aye.
Nancy.
Aye.
Aye. So we are going into closed session. Thank you to everyone for watching tonight.
5 minutes, but we do have He's on. Okay. Are we good, Nino?
Okay, so may I have a motion to approve the retirement contract for Assistant Superintendent of Finance and Operations, CSBO, Kathy Loria? Well,
So moved.
all right, on a roll call. Maria?
Aye.
Daphne?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
Jeff?
Aye.
Bob?
Aye.
Nancy? Yes. All right. May I have a motion to approve the pay adjustment for technology assistant Rita Redmond?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Daphne?
Aye.
Maria? Laura?
Aye.
Jeff?
Aye.
Bob?
Aye.
Nancy?
Aye.
Yes, me. So approve the 2020-2021 salary for Winkleman Assistant Principal Nino Alvarez.
So moved.
Second.
Daphne?
Aye.
Maria? Laura?
Aye.
Jeff?
Aye.
Bob?
Aye.
Nancy? Aye. All right. And to
Approve a title change for Dr. Janine Gruen to Assistant Superintendent of Student Services.
all right, to approve the title change for Dr. Janine Gruen to the Assistant Superintendent of Student Services.
So moved.
All right. Daphne?
Aye.
Maria?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
Jeff?
Aye.
Bob?
Aye.
Nancy?
Aye.
Aye. All right, 12:01.
We did it.
Thank
We have
you.
a motion to go back into closed session.
So
to
moved.
dis-
Second.
All right, Daphne?
Aye.
Maria?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
Jeff?
Aye.
Bob?
Aye.
Nancy?
Aye.
Aye. All right, so we're back in
And
closed.
for any public who was watching, when we come back out into open, there are no more action items. So poor Nino can go home.
Yes.
Bye, Nino.
Bye, Nino.
Nino, thank you.
Thank you, Nino.
Thank you.